that have been presented here now, what do you think is going to happen to Nigerians, especially when it comes to the security of their jobs? Because these are the means of them making ends meet, to be honest. So what's going to happen?
You see, the whole story, you have to understand the underlying motive behind this issue. This is a scarecrow, something that the government is trying to do. They want literally to blackmail the union, the labor. They want to cajole the labor into succumbing to the issue. Now, if you read the news, what they are saying is that some states are saying that they pay about 40% of their income on salaries, and that if currently that if you raise it, they are going to pay more than that 40%. But you see, what they are doing is they do what we call lying with statistics. Now, when they say they are paying on salaries, they refuse to tell, to disaggregate how they are able to pay that 40%. You see, if they were to disaggregate it between the workers and the political appointees, you see more than 50 to 60% of the money they are talking about goes to political appointees. So when they are just scaring the people and they are blackmailing, the labor unions that this is what is going to happen. But actually, the reality is you cannot expect in a government where you pay such a huge amount. Now, had it been there is a political will to address this problem, one, the governors, the politicians should look at their own political appointees. This is a situation where we have, beside the constitutional something, the commissioners and other things, you also have governors, some of them having more than 2,000 or even 5,000, appointees, special advisors, special assistants, and so on. You go down, even local government chairmen have this. So, and then you add to the issue of the assembly and the issue of their own assistants and others. And this is where the money goes. So by the time you are talking of this 40%, you are just lying, you are trying to cajole the labor to say this is what is going to happen. And what I foresee is that if the governor and the government insist on that paltry, maybe 60,000 naira as a minimum wage, they are not going to end this issue of a labor crisis, industrial crisis, because basically we all know that 60,000 naira or 62,000 naira cannot last a person.
Yeah.
Let's say for even a week, talk less of the whole month. And you expect him to go empty stomach to do this thing to work. Either productivity will come down or there will be a prolonged crisis in the system. So I think what the government needs to do is to come down from its own high places and to now reason with the society. Either they look at this issue of minimum wage and put it, which will also generate other problems, or most importantly, they now address the issue inflation in the country. If they are able to, bring the issue of inflation down, I think even if they maintain that 30,000, so long as Nigerians could afford life, living a standard, there is no issue to this. But when you keep on, chunking out statistics, denying this, denying that, you are just delaying the inevitable. That is the crisis in the industrial relations.
Mm. Well, I just hope that the government is trying their best to ensure that they reach an agreement and something that is sustainable as well. Because if people are going to be sacked for this, that's quite unfortunate because these are people's lives we're talking about. But it is important to note that we need something that is okay for people. We're discussing a living wage at this moment, and like you've said, it might not even be enough for a week. Talk more about a whole month. But right now we're just in a limbo. So it is important that the NLC and TUC, the federal government, they reach an agreement. Whatever the figure is going to be, let's just move on from it. And then let's start to look for ways to generate revenue. Because if we're not generating revenue, then of course we don't even have monies to pay these people. And most times when you hear of illegal things that people do, it's because they're being driven by things like this, not being able to put food on the table for their families. Anyways, let's look at the final one from The Punch. The Punch leads with fuel scarcity looms as depots raise petrol price to 720 naira per litre. The writers here says filling stations raise petrol price as depots now sell 720 naira per litre, says IPMAN. And NNPC officials storm Lagos depots, ask marketers to prioritize Abuja. So we're looking at fuel scarcity again. I remember when fuel was about 180 something naira. Life was good. Life was really good as of before May 29 last year. But now you've seen it go to 300 and something, 500 and something, 600 and something. Now we're looking at 720 naira per litre. What do you think is going to happen to people, especially when we're looking at our economy and the fact that people cannot even afford the basic necessities of life right now? And we know that petrol or fuel, PMS, is a major factor. Sorry, let me just finish. So we know that PMS is a major driving factor that cuts across all sectors because transportation, alternative source of power, there's so many things that is embedded in this one product. So if we're seeing 720, I just wonder what the inflation rate is going to be like again. Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, well, what is going to happen to the people is why it is going to increase their hardship or our hardship as Nigerians. Like you said, fuel is not just for transportation, but it's a major source of alternative source of energy. And then also in terms of transportation and the linkage between transportation and, the other inflation, and also the linkage between sources of energy and inflation. So it is going to compound the issue of inflation. It is going to compound the issue of hunger. It is going to compound the issue of, poverty, and it is going to compound the issue of insecurity. Meaning, this blindfolded increase in the petrol price will have chains of even ripple effects in so many sectors of the society, the social sector, economic sector, cultural sector, political sector, and all the sectors that we are talking about. And it is true. Here in Kano, there are long queues, and where you get a cheap one is where you buy it at 720 naira. I am a living witness. Yesterday, that is what we had to take a very long queue to buy it. But in places where you see it available, some range it from 800 to even 900 per liter. Wow. So that is where you don't have to go and join. Now, if you go to NNPC filling station, you cannot just waste your time because of the long queue and the crisis, that is there. So that is why people now resign to going to buy that 720 naira per liter. But like I said, this will compound the problems Nigeria has on that issue. And it is also peddling rumors that still IMF is saying, and World Bank, they are saying that we are buying petrol cheaper or very cheap, so that we have to go. And in fact, if speculations are right, some people say that probably before we reach 2024, 25, petrol is going to reach up to 1,000 naira per liter. So we don't know where we are headed.
Well, I think I would say that I wonder what plans the government have, especially when it comes to hardship, the hardship that Nigerians are facing. And if they have any plans at all, it is time for them to start rolling them out. Because if we're looking at prices like this, then the hardship is almost inevitable. And of course, we don't want that. So we hope that they have some plans in place. We hope that there are measures, there are policies, things to actually tackle the hardship that Nigerians are facing. And hopefully it will be soon and it wouldn't take too long, it wouldn't tarry. Anyways, Professor, I want to say thank you so much for coming. It's always a pleasure reviewing the papers with you. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We're speaking with Professor Kamilu Sani Fage. He's from the Department of Political Science, Bayero University, joining us from Kano. We'll go on a short break. We'll look at the weather, and when we return, we're looking at opportunities in the creative space for Nigerians. Please stay with us.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Now, the Nigerian creative space and the opportunities for youth, well, the Nigerian creative industry has seen exponential growth, driven by our vibrant culture and the innovative spirit of our youths. From music to fashion, digital art and film, Nigerian creatives are making significant strides, with the industry presenting a myriad of opportunities which have garnered international acclaim, building a dynamic ecosystem of creativity and opportunity. The creative space is full of potentials, and with the right skills, networking, and exposure, youth can significantly impact their lives and communities both locally and globally. Now, joining us to discuss this and talk about the opportunities that it presents is Olumide Falegon. He's a manager EMEA Music and Culture at Google SSA. Good morning, Mide. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. All right, so we're talking about the creative space in Nigeria and the opportunities that it presents now. Can you just give us an overview on what we can look forward to, especially in the creative space? Because you're seeing a lot of people doing so much online. You're seeing content creators, you're seeing influencers, you're seeing musicians. Everyone is even going digitally right now, and technology has played a major role in this. So what can you tell us about the creative space in Nigeria?
I think what we can look, thank you for having me on the show, first of all. But yeah, so what we can look forward to in the creative space, I believe, is really more content and more growth, to be honest. I think digital platforms are even advancing in the way they're helping content creators and generally content get exposed globally, right? What we've seen, I think the major benefits in the creative space, creative industry in Nigeria and even in Africa, is the global explosion of content from Africa. So if you're talking about music content, film content, whatever it is, whatever vertical it is in the creative space, it's been exposed globally. So I think we should expect to see more of that, getting our content out there. I mean, it's already out there, but to get more explosion and more growth in the creative space.
So how can people, because if we're talking about opportunities, there are probably people who are not even doing this right now. How can they tap into this creativity, like the whole creative space? How can they tap into it and even make some form of revenue from it as well?
I mean, the good thing about the creative industry is the barriers to entry is very, very low, right? If you have a mobile device, if you have a device that can, where you can create content, you can easily get creating content, really. I think the most important thing right now, in my opinion, is really to have quality content being created, right? How do we even give people the opportunity to learn creative skills, right? Because we do have lots of content coming out, right? Like I said, if it's music content, if it's film content, if it's show content, whatever it is, we have lots of content coming out. But as long as you have a mobile device, a device that can get you connected to the internet, a device where you can create content, you can easily just get on a platform like YouTube and your content is distributed globally. I think the focus for us really is how do we support people to get the quality skills where they can create quality content, right? I would argue that the quality of your content also would definitely help the kind of exposure that you get and the kind of engagement you get on the content that is created. So yeah, I mean, we have programs where we are now trying to train people in digital and creative industry skills across Nigeria, and this again is to help people get mentorship, help them to understand what it is to create creative content, and also just to help them in distributing that content globally.
So are you doing like workshops? Because let's talk about Google. I know that there are some things that Google is rolling out in this season, because when you look at social media, when you look at YouTube, like you just mentioned, Google is, pioneering all of this. So what is Google doing, especially having to train people to put in the right content, if we're talking about quality content? Because it's one thing to just have a mobile device and stay in front of it and do whatever, but it is important that that content is reaching the audience. So how is Google helping people in this time to ensure that they have the quality content that is being targeted for the right set of people?
Right, so what we've done, right, and what we've been doing actually for a couple of years right now is partner with players in the industry, right? So we scope the industry, look for players who have programs or projects, training programs, skill development programs, capacity development programs, and we partner with them, we support them, because what we found out is a lot of times people that have these programs usually have an issue of skill. Right, so you probably have maybe somebody doing a training in, I'll give an example of, say, music production, right? He's probably training, or this particular program is probably training 200 people, or maybe 150 people, right? And because they are not cheap, right, it can be quite expensive. So what we've done is to look for partners doing training programs in the creative industry, and how do we support them? Support them in terms of financially, support them in terms of mentorship, networking, so that they can reach that scale and you can reach more people, particularly people in disadvantaged communities, right? So probably get to the Engage program, right? Right now, which is with CIFA. CIFA is called the Creative Initiatives for Africa. We had partnered with them last year, where we had given a grant, a $1.5 million grant, actually, to an organization called Mind the Gap, across 3 pillars. So there was training in digital space, there was training in artificial intelligence, and there's training in the creative economy, right? And this is supposed to train people in creative economy skills, which includes, music production and music business, includes live production, cinematography, motion graphics, across key states in Nigeria. I mean, Lagos is a very, very key market for creative industry. So Lagos was one of the focus areas, but we went beyond Lagos. So CIFA is training in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Kaduna. As a matter of fact, most of the participants in the first cohort, where they've trained 2,300 people, came from Kaduna, right? So what we've done, I mean, the way we approach this is to look for partners, right? We score partners in the industry who have the discipline, the capacity, and we support them so they can reach that skill. So more of that formal training can get to more people across the country.
So this training now, is it like a physical training, or how does it work, and how do people even tap into it as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of both. It's both physical and online. It's hybrid, right? Again, to solve that skill problem, it's important that you have it hybrid, but you can imagine having thousands of people maybe in one room and trying to train them. That can be a nightmare. But again, so it's a combination of both, right? So both online training and also physical training. And if people want to join, you can easily just Google Engage Nigeria. Engage Nigeria, you see it, you find it online. It's quite easy to find. The second cohort is now open for registration. So yeah, you can always just apply online.
All right. So what else can we, do for people, especially for someone who doesn't know about all of this, right? How can I just wake up today and say that I want to start content creation? Because if we look at Nigeria, if we look at our economy right now, it's not the best. So it's important that people are looking, or even if you have a job, it's okay. It's important that people are looking for alternative means of income. So an extra income wouldn't do no harm, really, especially when you know that whatever you're getting is not even as much to make ends meet. But if I'm looking at joining the creative industry, be it music, be it fashion, be it digital art, or content creation, whatever it is, become an influencer, how can I, aside the fact that, okay, there's a low entry barrier and saying I have a mobile phone, what kind of characteristics do I need to have? What kind of personality do I need to have? What can I do for myself to say, yes, I want to get on YouTube, and I would just explode. My personality would be bursting that, I mean, I would make it there.
Right, I mean, I'll first respond by saying, I hope your motivation will not be just financial gains alone. Quite frankly, I mean, money is important, definitely, yeah. But that should be almost like a vehicle that would maybe keep creating, right? You should focus on the value, and I know that is a term that's been thrown around a lot, but focus on the value. What is the outcome you're looking to get from it, right? That's the first thing I would say, because before you get to the monetization part, you need to have proven consistency, right? Take, for example, on YouTube, you just don't get on YouTube as a platform, you start creating content and you're monetizing right away. No, it takes a while. Again, it depends on your consistency, right? And again, figure out the kind of content you want to create. It could be a musician, it could be music content, it could be health-related content, it could be, something that is interesting to you, right? The goal is almost for it to be, I'm trying to be careful with my words now, but I want to say almost for it to be a lifestyle. So it needs to have a level of, it's something that is easy for you, right? But again, you need to also apply some professionalism into it, right? So I would advise that is an area that you're very familiar with. It could be a lifestyle content creator, right? It could be comedy, right? You see comedians doing quite well on YouTube as a platform, the kind of content they create because it's engaging, it's funny. And again, focus on a particular topic, right? Because I think I would always advise you focus on the depth as opposed to, just trying to create content for the sake of creating content, right? So yeah, I mean, be consistent. I think that would be the biggest advice I'll give to anyone, because one of the feedbacks we usually get is people complain like they started creating content and they get discouraged because they don't get the engagement, they don't get the likes, the followers on time, and it doesn't happen in a day or in a week, right? It's a marathon, not a sprint. So be consistent. Make sure it's content that you truly love, because if you don't love it, you get tired and you just give up, right? I mean, I'll give myself as an example. I've tried creating content sometimes and I just stopped it because I'm like, this is not something I find quite interesting. So yeah, but I wouldn't say focus on the money initially, but focus on the type of content you're creating and be consistent. Be very consistent and learn from people who've done it before you. And there are always tools. There are tools available on YouTube. You can go online, read up on them, and you just see how to go about it.
I think, to be honest, creating value is always what sets you apart. It's always what makes people want you even more. Because if you do not have value, then nobody's really looking for that, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And I know that collaboration also goes a long way, right? Because most times you can't do it alone. Even if you're doing it alone, when you have another person helping you as well, then it just makes it even better. So it's important that we also collaborate, or these creatives collaborate with themselves to just have a wider reach, wider audience as well. But speaking about collaboration, shouldn't the government be collaborating with the people in the creative industries? And what kind of policies do you think would make the creative industry go even further or farther than it is right now?
I mean, the government is collaborating with people in the creative industry. I think is maybe a question of awareness and also what areas of collaboration is happening, right? There have been grants, there have been funding rather that's been given from government to different players in the industry, right? I know the Bank of Industry had given out, funding in the past to players in the creative industry. There are also policies that are in place for the creative industry as well. The new government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu also, started the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Industry, which again, it really is an indicator of the importance of the industry and how serious this government takes the creative industry. So yeah, the government has been collaborating with players in the industry at different capacities. But of course, again, it's an ongoing process, right? It's an ongoing process. The industry is developing. I think the role of the government is always to create an enabling environment, quite frankly, where because again, we're really dependent on the success of the economy of the environment, right? What is digital penetration like? Can people afford mobile devices? So those are factors, those are drivers of the growth of the creative industry and other industries as well. So I think also the cost of devices, cost of internet or accessibility, those are areas where government can help. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be fantastic. But where you work, Google is also doing something when it comes to funding. And I think you had mentioned a $1.5 million, funding for people who are from undeserved community or rather underserved communities, for women and youth. So just talk us through that. I think we're looking at 20,000 people for the first cohort and another 6,000, if I'm correct, for the second cohort, right? So what is the main goal for this? I know that obviously Google is trying to do a great thing, and because they're one of the largest players in this sector, it is important that they're training people and giving them the right skill set to come on this platform. But what is the main goal for Google right now, and how are they going to reach out to these people?
So I'll start by explaining the program itself before I get to the second part of your question.
All right.
So it's called Engage Nigeria. So last year, Google had given out a grant of $1.5 billion grant, like you rightly said, to an organization called Mind the Gap. Right. Mind the Gap is focused on digital skills training for young people in Nigeria. And Mind the Gap had partnered with two other organizations, so Making Free organizations. They partner with CIFA, Creative Industries for Africa, and also Data Science Network Nigeria. So the Creative Industry Partnership is what is focused on the creative industry training, right, with CIFA. And the goal there is to train 8,000 people in the creative industry alone. The larger program is to train 20,000 people in the digital space, to train 20,000 women and young people in the digital space. Right, so this includes, artificial intelligence skills, digital skills, and also creative industry skills. As a matter of fact, earlier this year, actually, there was an artificial intelligence training in Hausa, right, in northern Nigeria, that was launched in Kaduna. So Engage Nigeria, like I mentioned, is for the creative industry training. And by creative industry, we're looking at music production, music business, cinematography, motion graphics, live production, all of those areas in the creative industry. They just concluded the first cohort. We trained 2,300 people. The second cohort is now open for registration, so people who are interested can always go on the website. You can just search for Engage Nigeria or SkillSprint, and you can register for that. That is the program. So what we do is to support them in terms of funding, right? We also support them in terms of mentorship, and also network opportunities, really. And again, this program is done in Lagos, it's done in Kaduna and Port Harcourt as well. But you can always register online, because a big part of the program is also taught online if you're able to get on it. Right. The goal of this is, look, we recognize and acknowledge the importance of the creative industry in Nigeria. Right. The creative industry has seen a massive explosion from Nollywood to Afrobeat. Look, it's evident in the global rise and explosion of Afrobeat, and even our movies as well, right? I don't want to give, you know, the example of the A-list artists, from your Burna Boys to your Davidos to your Wizkid to your Chris Daniel, etc. Right? These guys are selling out, you know, shows and shows globally and abroad, quite frankly. And even for the movie industry as well. So it's evident that the creative industry is definitely a big opportunity for growth. And I think the important thing again about the creative industry, like I mentioned, is one, the barriers to entries are low, but also it is it appeals a lot to young people, right? It's easier to get them to have creative industry, to be players in the creative industry, because they're naturally creative. And when you're young is when you're the most creative, right? I'll argue that. So that is one reason why we're focusing on this. And again, the economic benefits that come from the creative industry, like we've seen already. So this is the reason why we are focusing on the creative industry. It's one of the industries that we do focus on. And then how can we help young people? You know about the population size of Nigeria. I think about 75% of the population are youth. So it's a no-brainer for us to actually focus in the creative space.
That's fantastic. I think I'm ready to be signed up. I definitely want to be a part of that. So I think you said the www.mindthegap, is that it?
No, www.engage Nigeria.
Engage Nigeria.
You can go on Google and just search for Engage Nigeria. You're going to find it.
So I'm sure there's going to be like a screening process for all of this, because it's not just everybody that comes in that you take. So who are the specific type of people you're looking at?
It's not a difficult screening process, to be honest. That is really based on the partner. Like I said, we're not the ones involved directly in it. But as long as you can just register your interest in what program it is that you want to have, you go through the screening process. If you're young, if you're interested in music production, I think it also depends on the area itself, right? It depends on the particular area itself. Is it music production that you're interested in? There needs to be a level of knowledge or know-how that you have in music production before you just go join a program like that. So but I think the first step is just to register, and you go through the process.
Okay. Well, finally, so I'm going to ask this now. How do you envision the creative space, and how do we get continued support and growth in that space?
I think you'll keep growing, to be honest. I think you'll keep growing as because the barrier, like you keep saying, the barriers to entry is low. But the fact that digital platforms are here, platforms like YouTube will keep exporting our content globally, exporting content from Africa globally. I think you'll keep blowing up, quite frankly. People continue to create content. I think it's very promising for the creative industry space. The biggest thing, again, is you're able to even earn you're able to earn revenue from outside of Nigeria in the creative industry, right? If you're on YouTube and you're monetizing, you're able to get money, right? Not necessarily from Nigeria. So I think it's just always going to blow up, quite frankly.
All right, that's fantastic. I hope that our youths tap into this. Especially, like I said, it is important that you have an alternative source of income, so you can still have your job, because from videos I've even watched on YouTube, you're seeing people have their regular 9-to-5 jobs, but then they still create like vlogs or have some channel creating value on YouTube or even on Instagram or any social media platform. Anyways, we want to say thank you, Mide, for coming and just letting us know the opportunities that we can have here, the youth can have, especially when it comes to the creative industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Today.
All right, so we're speaking with Olumide Faligan. He's a manager at EM Music and co-chair at Google SSA. And we've just been talking about the creative industry and the opportunities that it presents to the Nigerian youths. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at a lady, or rather talking to a lady who traveled from East Africa to West. Please stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed, and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Nigerian biker Udo Ebaide Joy is making history as the first African woman to undertake a solo bike ride from Kenya to Lagos, Nigeria. Her journey, which began on the 8th of March 2024 in Mombasa, Kenya, spans over 90,000 kilometers across East and West Africa. Ebaide's inspiration for this journey comes from a life-changing experience at age 23 when a car accident left her wheelchair-bound for months. After surgery to repair her spinal cord, she decided to seize life's opportunities and pursue this remarkable solo journey. Throughout her journey, Ebaide has traveled through Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, Zambia, and is currently in Angola. Well, now she's in Lagos. And she shares her experiences on Instagram, noting the unique personalities and humorously mentioning the challenges of riding on sand and inviting training offers from Nigeria. Well, she's here with us in the studio, and to have a conversation on this remarkable journey is Ebaide Joy, who is an adventurer, if I can say that right.
Yes, I am.
Hi, thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's just get right into it. I know that you had an accident, but what else inspired this? Because I know that sometimes you can go through certain things in life and you just say, you know what, I want to take this opportunity, I want to live my life to the fullest, but that might just be the catalyst to that journey. So what else inspired this remarkable journey? Because it's not an easy feat to ride on a bike from East Africa to West Africa. Tell us.
Okay, so I'd always known that I would travel. Growing up, I always wanted to travel. I never felt comfortable with short life is, and I couldn't wait. I can't wait. I'm losing youth as the years go, and youth is what I have.
I understand that it's okay to say, oh, I love to travel, but having to plan that itinerary is one thing to say, I want to travel and go to the UK, I want to go to the US, but planning that and saying, you know what, I want to do several countries just on a bike. How did that come about?
It took a lot. Okay, the truth is, all the plans I made before I started were plans I never used. Because then I changed my route over time, and then I kept planning. I planned until the day I got to Nigeria. The day before I got to Nigeria, I still changed my route. Actually, yes, because I had a crash, and then I couldn't ride for a while. So I had to change my route and go by water instead of, to arrive in Nigeria. I arrived in Akwa Ibom. That wasn't the plan. So plans change as things happen on the road. It didn't matter how much I planned in the morning. Something would always happen during the day that I never expected. So I was always ready for the unexpected. The plan before the start of the journey was quite extensive. I had already begun planning it since last year. I had made contact. I have friends who were overlanding at that time using that exact route. So I was getting information as time went on. Visa was the most struggle, but somehow I was able to pull through.
Something that I heard was water. What do you mean you had to come through water?
I put my bike on a small flying boat. Like it was, my heart was.
And then you continued. I mean, look at pictures. That's amazing. So you had to put the bike on water on a boat. Then
another boat. So there was a boat for cargo, and then there was another one for passengers. It was a tumultuous journey.
Was that the only time you had to go through water?
Oh no, I had to go through water like 4 times. Because there was a time water ended in Angola, and I either had to go through the DRC to connect to the Safe Congo, or then ship my bike. I shipped that. In Uganda, I used water twice. I used ship twice. So yeah, I have done water about 4 or 5 times thereabouts.
That's amazing. But so we're talking about training. You've been riding for how long?
Not up to a year.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, not up to a year still. Not up to a year.
Wow, that is amazing.
Thank you. On the 25th of July, it would be exactly a year since I paid for my bike. Yes, and then they brought my bike a week later, and then I went to train in Nairobi because my bike was brought to Mombasa. I trained in Nairobi and started riding the last week of August. That was when I started riding a bike.
And in less than a year, you decided to go on this?
Yes, I can't. In 5-10 years, I can't even imagine what I would have done because I just can't. I truly can't wait to get out already. On the motorcycle, yes.
That is amazing. That is really, really amazing.
Having
to do this now, like you said, I can't imagine what you're doing 10 years. Are you going to be moving over to other?
I don't know. I'll probably be riding in space.
All right. So let's talk about support. I'm sure you've gotten a lot of support, not just from family members, but even the people that you probably don't know that have been cheering you on the sidelines. How did this make you feel?
It made me feel great. When I started this journey, what happened?
When did you arrive in Nigeria?
On Saturday.
Okay.
The past, not this Saturday, the last one, the 29th of June. Yes. Before starting, people didn't believe me. When I started, most people didn't believe me. But some people supported me regardless. Now, the people who didn't believe in me and didn't support me made it open were the people who made me stop some social media platforms, right? Because I needed my own mental health to be intact. But then people supported me immensely, and then I tuned towards that. And the support has been there. People have been cheering me on. It's great to be here. There's another kind of support I wish I was getting, but I feel like that would come with time.
What kind of support is that?
Yeah, I feel like that will come with time.
Yeah.
But for now, yes, it's good enough that people are cheering me on, even though I've just begun.
Yeah. How has this journey reflected, how have you reflected on it? How has it affected your life or impacted your life personally?
It has taught me that if I don't get it, then I don't want it enough. Like,
Ooh,
yes,
I like that.
Yes. When I was stuck in situations I thought I won't get out of. Okay, so I'm the kind of person who would lock myself up and cry. But while I'm crying, I'm getting solutions. I can't count how many times I cried on the journey, how many times I got stranded, but somehow I got out of. I'm here. And it was my first time doing it. The whole planning, doing it all on my own in countries I didn't even understand the language. It was so much, but somehow I scaled through and I got here. So if I don't get that thing, then I truly don't want it enough.
So talking about, being stranded, what sort of challenges did you face? Because I know that there might be some kind of cultural differences, because if you're going to other countries, there's that language barrier. There's always going to be some form of challenge or another. So aside that, what other challenges did you face on this journey?
Okay, challenges, security for starters. I'm a girl, and then so I traveled very quietly and slowly. I took my time, and then I'm not someone who makes noise. I'm not a noisy traveler. Yeah, so it was important that I kept quiet, never rode at night. There were rules on my rule book that I adhered to. But when you talk about cultural differences, that was crazy. I went through 8 countries. Nigeria was the 9th that I rode into. And some of the countries didn't speak any English. Yes, I understand Swahili to a good extent. My French is okay, but somehow I got through the cultural differences. Financial problems to challenges I encountered a lot, but somehow I scaled through. Now I'll be looking to fix the financial part of it, because then I suffered with the card not working in a particular country, transfers, and it was crazy sometimes. Even when I had money I couldn't use. And then money ran out sometimes, of course, because I was on the road. A lot of things came up that you wouldn't plan for. You probably even need to
keep topping up your fuel.
Oh no, I paid for accommodation every day for almost 4 months in the hotel, every single day. Apart from that fuel, then visa was taking so much money. That it was a lot that I went to more countries than I had planned initially. I spent more time than I had planned. So, of course, money finished at some point.
But did you get some form of financial support, maybe from family and friends, as the money was running out?
Okay, so I don't have so many friends and family in that sense.
Okay.
So yes, but then midway, my manager came in. Then he supported, and then
But I mean, you're here now. Regardless of the challenges, you did it. Yes. You did it. And so if someone was supposed to go on a similar journey, because you've seen the rave, especially when someone tries something, everybody wants to try that same thing again. True. And it's in a way, I see it as commendable. I see it as doting, because it's almost like you're being a form of inspiration to others. So if someone's going to copy my work, I really don't mind. You're just telling me that I did it well.
Yes, I'm actually waiting to see the next person who picks up a motorcycle. I'll be so happy. I'll cheer them on. I'm waiting to see it. I want to see their journey. I want to see an African girl do this. I want to see someone go through what I've just gone through. I'll cheer the person on so much from start to finish.
So what kind of advice will you give that person, especially if they want to embark on such a journey?
Be sure about it. Because it doesn't matter what you plan for, what you do, how accurate your plans go, things will happen, because you don't know what's on the road, and you are in different countries, different terrains. You really can't tell what will happen. So be sure, put things together, but know that you have enough confidence to do it. I rode with fear the whole time. While I like, for several kilometers, you won't see any vehicle, any motorcycle, and you would keep riding. Anything could happen in the middle of forest. So I did everything with fear. So it's okay to be scared. My fears keep me alive. It's okay to be scared, but as long as you know that you can overcome those fears and the thing you are planning is feasible in any area, maybe not even travel, any area, as long as you're sure, I think you should pursue it if you know that you can scale through and be sure.
So let's talk about the security challenges, because if you're saying that you're riding through kilometers without seeing anyone, was anyone with you, or were you just riding alone?
I was just riding alone. I was traveling alone. All my things were in my box.
So how are you documenting your journey?
Okay, so I started traveling with a drone, a 360, and a GoPro. My 360 and GoPro went bad in one country. My drone, I didn't get to use it because I was too cautious. And I'm just starting motorcycling. I tried it the first time in Uganda, stopping in the middle of the road, doing the whole drone and everything. I felt like it was dangerous, and I'm not there yet with motorcycling.
I think it will be time consuming as well.
Yes. I rode a keke one time, and I used my drone for that. That's a keke. It's four-wheeled. It stands on its own. It's okay, you know. But with it, I'm still getting used to it, doing it with a motorcycle. So my drone and 360 went bad. I got another 360, and that one covers everything. You know, 360 is all around. So that one stood in for not having two cameras. So I mostly use a 360 through the journey.
So riding by yourself, of course, there would be some fears. How did your family feel knowing that you were going on this journey alone? and then you're a girl.
People express their fears. I was scared too. So if I was planning the journey, I'm the one with the heart, the mind to do it. Now imagine people who didn't have the mind. So yes, people were scared for me. But I've done different things in my lifetime. It's not so long. I've not lived for so long, but I've done so much in such a short time.
What other things have you done? Please tell us.
That's a lot. Maybe we'll talk about that another time. But yeah, I've done different things. I think I was ready for this when I thought I was ready for it. So
that's fantastic. I mean, it's such a great feat to actually embark on such a great journey. But what are like your future plans? So what are we expecting? What can we expect from you now? What other things would you like to? Because you seem like an adventurous person. You seem like someone who just think of something and spontaneity. You're like, let's do it. Let's make it happen. So what else? What else do you have in your bucket list?
There is nothing spontaneous about my next trip. I'm not going with spontaneity. It's already been planned. I started planning it before. I already knew that was the second phase of my African tour. It is Nigeria to Morocco. So I'll ride through the coast all the way to Mauritania, and then cross into Mauritania, and then through the West Sahara into Morocco.
So these are routes that you've not gone through. So it's almost like you're going into all of Africa.
Something like that. But I backpacked through this route, Nigeria to Sierra Leone in 2018. So I'm familiar with that far, countries that far. Yes, then after that, I don't know, I'll see.
You see. So what are you looking forward to?
So on the trip?
Yes.
It's West Africa for starters. I don't need visas. That would be a huge step forward because having to get visas individually for every country for this past trip really drained me. It was time consuming financially too, and time, energy. No visas. I won't be paying extraordinary fees, expensive fees for tourist sites because I won't be charged. Okay, there they call them Muzungu. Muzungu are Oyinbos. So they charge normal Africans as Oyinbos. Here it's different. So it will be much, much easier for me. And now I'm not a newbie at motorcycling. I am much, much better than when I started.
More confident.
Yes, way more confident. Now I can turn, I can lean my bike. It was really bad because I started at below 2,000 kilometers under my belt. Ever. So it was hard for me to do many things when I started. But now it's different. I'm more experienced, more confident. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Let's just go to another route, which which makes me happy because food makes me happy. So going to all of these countries, having to explore, I'm sure you had to tap into their culture, into their food, their lifestyle. Just tell us about that.
East Africa, Kenyans know that they don't have food. It is very normal. We all know. Every West African that goes to East Africa, Kenya especially, they all complain. They don't have so much. And
I heard they don't eat a lot of pepper though.
They don't eat pepper at all, not a lot. Wow. They call it pili-pili, and then you almost never see it. You see it in supermarkets.
Wow.
You see. So now I'm a bit used to Kenyan food because I started living in Kenya a few years back. So now I'm used to it. But then going from country to country, I ate rice a lot. Because it was the only familiar thing. Then chicken and chips. Exactly. If I wasn't from Nigeria, maybe I wouldn't have suffered so much. But Nigeria has a lot of food. We have so many tribes. And my mouth, because I lived in Ibadan and Lagos, my mouth is used to spicy foods. You know, so I started seeing some Nigerian-ness in Angola when I got to Angola, then down Congo and Cameroon. Yes.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
All right, so finally, what kind of legacy would you like to leave, especially when it comes to your achievements and all of these adventures? What are you looking forward to in the future?
That is a very interesting question. Okay, so for starters, the thing because settle down is not exactly my portion in this lifetime, maybe the next one. I won't be doing the traditional settling down. Yeah, so that means I plan to do this for a very long time. Even when I get old and I'm not motorcycling or doing anything rigorous, I would still be doing this. So whatever legacy I would leave would be live your life to the fullest till you die. Like there is no time to, because it's too short and you don't have a second chance at doing it, at least not with the same consciousness. So milk the one you have, and that's the legacy I want to do. I want to milk this lifetime I have. Yeah,
that's amazing. That's amazing. Milk the life that you have. It's important. It's important that we stay and we have this adventurous spirit whereby we want to explore, we want to learn, we just want to see how beautiful life is.
True.
If when you keep staying in one place, you're not even growing, because going into other countries, exploring what they have, it kind of like helps your mind.
Yeah.
You know, it opens up your mind. It makes you see the world full of possibilities.
True.
And I'm so happy for you and your journey, and I cannot wait to see what you do next.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. It was lovely having a conversation with you.
Thank you. It was nice to talk to you too.
Same. All right, so we've been speaking with Joy Ebaide. She's an adventurer and a biker, and we've just been talking about her journey from East Africa to West Africa, and we cannot wait to see what the future holds for her. All right, that's it on the show today. Thank you so much for having a breakfast with me. My name is Brume Paulson. I'll see you again tomorrow. Have an amazing day.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your, your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness, but like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time, but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry, and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons, and Donald Stevenson explain that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, seeing there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out and they allow people to jump the queue and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything, they won't see anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. It conditions your mindset, I can't jump the queue in this environment, it's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, see it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserve by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly.
Hello and welcome. I am Justin Akadonye and this is the news brief on Plus TV Africa. Some bandits have invaded Danjunu community in Millennium City of Chikun local government area of Kaduna State and abducted two journalists. The nation's Abdul Ghaffar Abba, Alabelewe and Blueprints newspapers Abdul Rahim Abdu, as well as their wives and children. Alabelewe is also the current chairman of the Correspondence Chapel of the Nigerian Union of Journalists Kaduna State Council. One of the victims' family members, Taofeeq Olayemi, who confirmed the incident, said the bandit invaded the area around 10:30 p.m. on Saturday night and shot indiscriminately before carrying out their route.
Yesterday around 10:15 in the night, I saw some group of members. They went to come at my brother's house. I was peeking through the windows. I was looking through the window in my house. What is going on? I hear the wife was shouting that, please, who is that? Who is that? I said, open the door, open the door. When they asked him to open the door, my brother wanted to refuse to open the door. It's the wives that later they come. Immediately I see it, I call Abdul Ghaffar. Alabelewe direct. His number is off. I say, something is happening in this area. Immediately they finish, I just tell them. After they finish, I just come out immediately. Come and carry one of our daughter inside. I hear my brother was shouting, please, let's leave her alone because she's not feeling fine. She's not feeling fine. Please, let's leave her alone. Please, let's leave her alone. Later on, they leave the daughter alone. Immediately I come, I open the door, I see the daughter sit down. He was crying. Daddy, brother, where's my daddy? I said, don't worry. I first took her to my house to keep. Immediately I went to Abgafa house too. When I get there, I see that everything, they are even worse than what I even expect. And there's a shot, they even get a gun that they are shooting gun. But the vigilante in this area, I was surprised at what is going on, that nobody even attend to us.
Meanwhile, the Kaduna State Council of the Nigerian Union of Journalists has condemned the abduction of its members in the state. The condemnation is contained in a statement issued by the council's chairman, Asma'u Halilu, and the secretary, Gambo Sanga, issued in Kaduna on Sunday. Now, some bandits on Saturday night invaded the Danjonu community in Millennium City of Chikun local government area of Kaduna State and abducted the journalists. They are from Nations and, of course, Blueprint newspaper, as well as their wives and children at about 10:30 p.m. Labelewe is also the current chairman of the Correspondence Chapel of the Nigerian Union of Journalists Kaduna State Council. According to the statement, the NUJ described the abduction of its members and their families as unfortunate and appealed to security agencies to rescue them from the kidnappers. Then, a former president of the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, Takai Shamang, has been abducted in his hometown Biniki in Kaura local government area of Kaduna State. Shamang was also a former President General of the National Union of Electricity and Gas Workers, now National Union of Electricity Employees, between 1982 and 1989. His daughter, Grace Abin, confirmed the incident. She said her 78-year-old father was abducted at his residence in Biniki at about 8 p.m. on Friday. Shamang is the president and founder of Ganit Aid for Widows, Orphans and the Needy Foundation, popularly known as Gawon Foundation. Staying with security matters, a joint operation between the army and local hunters has reportedly foiled an attempt by suspected Boko Haram insurgents to blow up electricity poles belonging to the transmission company of Nigeria, TCN. The incident occurred near the community of Kasaisa, located 10 kilometers from the Yobe state capital, Damaturu. Their plans were thwarted based on intelligence information received by security forces. Now, one of the anonymous hunters involved said the suspected vandals were blocked from several routes, and with Allah's help, they were victorious. Another source revealed that the abandoned vehicle contained improvised explosive devices, IEDs, and other components intended to be used to vandalize the electricity poles. The Sector 2 Joint Task Force of Operation Hadin Kai in Damaturu has not yet commented on the incident. Away from all of that, President Bola Tinubu has been re-elected as the chairman of the Economic Community of West African State, ECOWAS. He was re-elected at the 65th Ordinary Session of the Authority of Heads of State and Government, held at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, Nigeria. After accepting his re-election, the president appointed the president of Senegal to join in the mediation effort with Burkina Faso, Niger, and Chad. Meanwhile, Tinubu urged ECOWAS member states to fulfill their financial commitments to the regional body. He emphasized that substantial financial resources are crucial to operationalize the ECOWAS Standby Force, ESF, and effectively combat terrorism, banditry, and violent extremism in the region.
As we move to operationalize the ECOWAS Standby Force, ESF, in combating terrorism, I must emphasize that the success of this plan requires not only strong political will, but also substantial financial resources. We must, therefore, ensure that we meet the expectations and recommendations set forth by our ministers of defense and finance in order to counter the insecurity and stabilize our region. Member states must make extra commitment on providing resources for stabilizing the region. To this end, I urge ECOWAS to leverage on the capability of the Nigerian National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, which is widely acknowledged as one of the best on the continent. The Nigerian government has decided to declare the NCTC as a regional center.
Well, repentant Boko Haram terrorists in Borno State have called on their former colleagues in Sambisa Forest and other territories to lay down their arms and embrace peace. During their reintegration into communities across the state, the 560 former combatants and non-combatants, including top commanders, took an oath before an Islamic cleric not to rejoin or engage with Boko Haram or ISWAP. They expressed excitement at being reunited with their communities after undergoing skill acquisition programs, and urged those still bearing arms to follow their example and embrace peace.
An karbe mu hannu biyu kuma an koya mana sana'a tsawon shekara daya. Ni yanzu haka ma na koyi sana'an plumber ne. A nan na koyi wannan sana'an har ma yanzu mu ma muna koyar da wasu. Kuma alhamdulillah kuma muna fatan yan uwanmu da suke jeji su ma duka su zo mu taru mu zauna mu rungume zaman lafiya saboda shine ci gaban al'umma. Babu abin da yafi zaman lafiya tasiri a rayuwarmu. Yanzu su duba rayuwarmu mu da
A non-governmental organization, Education Above All, is calling on the Nigerian government to quell the insurgency ravaging northern Nigeria and establish lasting peace in the region. The group made this appeal during a recent visit to Maiduguri, one of the areas most severely impacted by Boko Haram's activities. Details in this report.
Education Above All is dedicated in assisting the displaced individuals affected by the insurgency, providing support to help them reintegrate into society. As part of efforts, the organization has been actively involved in facilitating the return of children to school. In our recent development, representatives from Education Above All paid a visit to the Borno State Government House, where they were warmly welcomed by the Deputy Governor of the state, Umar Kandafo.
I equally just want to say your coming to Borno State is timely because of, we are in our recovery process. And I believe now every, government that is sensitive about the education of children, especially the girl child, need to have collaboration with, organizations like yours. We have a lot of partners now who have been actively involved in the recovery process of the state. Borno State, having been the epicenter of the insurgency, have been so devastated because of the destructions that we have witnessed in the past decade. And we are trying as much as possible to see how we can put up all the facilities that have been destroyed by the insurgency in the state. Seeing what you have done already in the girl child sector and also in the school enrollment process. We've been partnering with UNICEF too. They are doing well on that. I believe Borno State government will be obliged to work hand in hand with you. We'll give you all the support you needed as a host government to operate in Borno State. And inshallah, we appreciate all the effort that you have been doing to see that the girl child education is something that we prioritize, especially at the period we are in now.
Amina Saidu, a victim of Boko Haram's brutality, shared the terrifying experiences she had witnessed.
It's very difficult for me when the Boko Haram crisis happened in Goza. They attacked Goza, kidnapped my husband. I don't know, up to now, I don't know where his whereabouts. We flee for our life. We flee to Maiduguri. We came and settled in an IDP camp called Bakasi camp. After some time, we left the camp. I don't know what to eat. My small child has to carry a truck, push water, selling water to feed me and my other children. I met a lady, Sa'a and Abdullahi. They works in within the community. They goes to my house, my place. They says they needed children that have not been enrolled in school, children that are not going to school. So that was how they registered my children. They took them to school, and they also gave me money, about 100,000 1,150.
The representative of education, above all, from Kenya, conveyed the group's message highlighting the detrimental impact of insurgency on both the fiscal infrastructure and the overall peace and stability of a nation.
Some of these children are in the most difficult to reach areas. Apart from the usual barriers that we find children having, like lack of access to a school, poverty, geographical issues. In addition, in Nigeria, we have the conflict in the northern states. So most of the work that we are doing currently with the Street Child is in the 3 states of Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa. And this is where some of the highest number of conflicts have been reported and displacements because of armed groups attacking on children. So the motivation for our partners is to reach these displaced children who have no other alternative. So Education Above All works with partners who are already on the ground and they understand the context. Effort that needs to be undertaken by everybody, from the government, from the civil society, from communities, because the attacks against education are everywhere. And as you say, Qatar, through Education Above All Foundation, working with the UN, has been championing the protection against education attacks. And on the 9th of September, we have this international day that we mark to protect education against attack. So the coalition, the Global Coalition for the Protection of Education Against Attack, has reported in the last 2 years in Nigeria alone.
Education Above All's visit emphasizes the critical importance of peace in northern Nigeria. By joining forces, the government, NGOs, and the international community can establish a more prosperous future for the children and all inhabitants of the area.
President Bola Tinubu has urged public servants to fulfill their duty as a public trust, emphasizing their accountability to the citizens. He stressed that public institutions are not personal enterprises, but rather the employees of the Nigerian people. At the Nigeria Excellence Award in Public Service held at the Presidential Villa in Abuja, the President, represented by his Vice, Kashim Shettima, reiterated his administration's commitment to creating an environment that rewards merit and makes every public servant feel valued and motivated to give their best. Tinubu noted that while institutional measures have been put in place, some individuals are still exploiting loopholes and betraying the nation's trust. He made clear that this award ceremony is about more than just the awards themselves. It is about instilling a culture of recognition and reward within the country's public service.
Our public service must live up to its expectation. It's a public trust where every official must account to the people. And ours is to create an ecosystem where not only stand out, but stand apart from those who sabotage us. Even though we have set in place institutional measures to forestall any form of dysfunction in our public service, there are still cracks, often the 44 persons we are here to honor set in motion a chain of action to build a culture of hard work and commitment to noble principles in our public service. We must also strive to make sure that the values we have set them apart are deeply ingrained in our culture. There is no better way to water this forest of high performance, integrity, and accountability than our collective refusal to underplay the efforts of those who labor day in and day out to hold our nation together. Our promise as ever remains that our administration is committed to creating an environment where merit is rewarded and where every public servant feels valued and motivated to give their best. This is not just about tonight's ceremony. It is about embedding a culture of recognition and reward in our public service efforts.
You're watching the news on Plus TV Africa. We'll take a quick break for more stories. To join us again.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. As Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here, Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because you know, most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Welcome back to other parts of Africa. Now, Liberian President Joseph Boakai has announced a voluntary 40% reduction in his salary. In a statement released on the government's website on Saturday, the move was described as aligning with Boakai's commitment to fiscal integrity and national financial security. Now, this announcement comes just days after some lawmakers protested the non-payment of funds for their vehicles by arriving at Parliament in tricycles known locally as keke. Now, Boakai said the salary reduction reflects his determination to lead by example in strengthening government accountability and demonstrating solidarity with the citizens. Earlier this week, he also officially launched the Employee Status Regularization Program aimed at enhancing employment and payroll transparency and accountability within the civil service. Outside Africa, now Hamas says it is awaiting Israel's response to a ceasefire proposal. This comes 5 days after the group accepted a crucial part of a U.S. plan with the aim of ending the 9-month-long conflict in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to discuss the next steps in negotiating the three-phase plan, which was introduced by U.S. President Joe Biden in May and is being facilitated by Qatar and Egypt. The plan's objective is to bring an end to the conflict and secure the release of approximately 120 Israeli hostages held by Hamas. According to another Palestinian official familiar with the ceasefire talks, Israel is currently engaged in discussions with the Qataris. Hamas has made a significant concession by no longer insisting on Israel committing to a permanent ceasefire before signing an agreement. Business news now. The Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, has announced the extension of the deadline for registration of all point-of-sale operators by additional 60 days. According to the Commission, the extension period, which begins from the 7th of July to 5th September, is to allow operators, especially those in remote areas who might have encountered network glitches, to register. The Commission had earlier in May this year given a deadline of 7th July, but in the statement posted on its X handle on Sunday, it noted that the registration will now end in September. A business news wraps it for us on the News Brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. Many thanks for watching. I am Justin Akadonye.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
So bloating is abdominal disorder in the gastric tract. So when you have hair or gas locked up in the gastrointestinal tract, then you have bloating happening to an individual. You have the person bloated. So what you can do in that process is to either you can take a warm bath. If you're bloated, you can take a warm bath. You can put lemon in your water. But even before you... Lemon in your drinking water? Yes, lemon in your drinking water. But even before you even start on... Bloating could be very, very discomforting. It could cause your stomach walls to be tight. So you could have pains in your tummy. Then you could belch severely, and you can stop that by taking, you can control bloating by taking mint, things that have mint. You can take a warm bath. You can take a walk. You can take fruits like the citrus fruits. You know, lemon is equally in the family of citrus. You can take citrus fruits, you can take banana, you can take kiwi, you can take cantaloupe. You know, they're all good fruits for bloating. You can also take, I think I mentioned you taking mint. You can take anything with mint when you're bloated. Your normal fizzy drink, our everyday fizzy drink, alcohol, you know, causes bloating. Then there are some food that have gas, more gas than the others. So example is beans. So you tend to fat when you take beans. You, at times, lactose is another thing that causes bloating. So you fat, you're very uncomfortable when you take some of these fruits, then the cruciferous vegetables, example of cruciferous vegetables are lettuce, cabbage, and cauliflower. They're all in the family. They equally cause bloating. However, these are fruits very good to eat for the body because they are high in fiber. So when you take things that are high in fiber, you need to know how to take them so that you're not constipated. So some veggies that causes bloating, for example, your normal lettuce can make you bloated. Cauliflower, cabbage, you know, can make you bloated. While these vegetables are very good for the body, you need to know how to eat them in small portions. Like they always say, too much of everything is bad. So you take everything in little quantities. They are high in fiber. So you don't just concentrate on food that are very high in fiber and you say you're on a diet. No, that's not how it works. So you take a bit of fiber, you take a bit of protein, you take a bit of carbs, everything together, and you have a very good diet. When you eat too much, eating too much can cause bloating. Drinking too much. Really? You know when you're taking water and you're taking it with straw, At times you take it in with gas, with some air, so you can be bloated like that. You can take citrus. You can take add a bit of lemon into your water and drink to relieve you. You have your mint leaves. Put mint leaf in water. Take it as a tea. It's equally good. You have your kiwi. Take some kiwi. Chew on them. They'll relieve you. You have your grapefruit, your berries. They're equally good. Apple, banana. They are good to combat bloating.
Now, the Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has stated that Nigeria is committed to implementing a single currency for the Economic Community of West African State ECOWAS. Edun explained that the proposed single currency would foster economic growth and development across the West African region. According to a statement by the Finance Ministry spokesman Mohamed Manga, Edun expressed Nigeria's commitment to the single currency initiative during a virtual high-level committee meeting in Abuja. The meeting brought together key stakeholders, including the Minister of Finance of Cape Verde, the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs of Cote d'Ivoire, and the Ghanaian Minister of Finance, as well as other distinguished representatives. Additionally, the federal government has categorized all electricity companies, including generation and distribution companies, GENCOs and DISCOs, as part of those exempted from paying withholding tax in the country. This information is contained in a new withholding tax regulation document signed by the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun. The new withholding tax regulation was proposed by the Tax and Fiscal Policy Committee led by Taiwo Oyedele and will take effect from July 1. According to the document, electricity and gas companies are categorized as manufacturing and production and therefore exempted from the withholding tax. Furthermore, the 2024 Informal Economy Report by MoneyPoint reveals that 51.6% of business owners in Nigeria's informal sector were motivated to start their ventures due to unemployment. Now, the report, based on data from over 2 million businesses in Nigeria, also notes that 35.9% of individuals started businesses because their formal employment was not providing enough income. Now, interestingly, only 2.8% of these businesses were started out of passion and 3.8% were inherited. Join us now on Business Insight as we analyze these topics and more. Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Justin Akadonia. All right, just before we get into the conversation proper, a group has emphasized the importance of equipping Nigerians with the necessary skills for the workforce and self-sufficiency in order to decrease the unemployment rate, particularly among young people. This was highlighted during a one-day work skills employability and entrepreneurship program. Details now. The nation's higher educational institutions equip graduates with hard skills while neglecting the development of employability skills, which are core for transitioning into the labor market as well as for workplace productivity. The lack of these skills in graduates keeps them in the pool of the unemployed, no matter their degree of certification. Now, Executive Director, Eagle Foundation, Toluwaṣe Olaniyan, says this project aims to equip participants with the right skill set for employment and also prepare them for the world of entrepreneurship.
A good number of young people are currently not unemployed, they're able. And this is because they lack the basic skills like critical thinking, problem solving, those skills that can help them perform in the labor market. So employers are not getting what they want from them. Unfortunately, they're able to employ them. And after the flag off of this project, we're setting up mentoring and coaching centers across different institutions where students are able to speak to coaches and are able to have continuous career development sessions so that it doesn't just end here.
One of the unique aspects of this training is to provide access to jobs for selected participants and also expose them to the realities of the workplace.
Employability is an important part of our economic growth, because when the people of the nation or the society are employed, productivity is increased as a country, and the GDP of the country also thrives on productivity.
A way forward is for people to actually consider a lot of capacity building trainings. The four walls of an academic institution is not going to provide all the kind of knowledge and skills you need. You have to self-develop, self-train yourself through taking part in trainings, capacity building, and the likes.
There are several causes of graduate unemployment in Nigeria, including an inelastic labor market to absorb the turnover. Some of the participants share their thoughts.
Still by skill acquisition, because most of the most companies now, I don't know how to put that in English, they don't really want to employ more because technology is already taking over lots of jobs now.
With the help of writing a good CV, because majority of us, I think the reason why we are not seeing good jobs is because of not you can't write good CVs. So with this program now, so they are teaching us how to write good CVs on how to get good jobs.
Another way to address the challenge of employability, skill-induced employment, is to incorporate the learning of these skills in the curriculum of higher education. All right, also coming up on the show today, the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, has extended the registration deadline. CAC announced that the new deadline will be September 5th, 2024. It said the extension is intended to provide more time for PS operators, especially those in remote areas who may have faced connectivity issues, to successfully complete the registration process. All right. International finance and economic analyst Mukhtar Mohammed joins me now for more discussions. Good morning to you, Mukhtar.
Good morning, Justin.
All right, I trust you had yourself a wonderful weekend. Let's just dive straight into the issues for the day. Let's start with a single currency for ECOWAS, the ECO as it is now. It's been a long time coming. There have been several discussions on that particular matter. Looking at the West African sub-region economically and all that has been going on in recent times, do you think the time is right? And do you think it's what we really need? And just how far can it go in facilitating trade and economic activities in the sub-region?
I think, Justin, we keep doing the same thing all over again. We think we'll get a different result. I'm surprised that we are going down this route. You mustn't forget that before now we tried to do this same route with the then finance minister also told us about this ecosystem, and then you came with the Anglophone, Francophone issue. I don't think that issue have been resolved. And where is the headquarters of the ECOWAS Bank going to be located? And all those issues are issues that are political, that are affecting the decision to have a single currency. But for me, the most important decision why I think a single currency doesn't work now is how much of business we transact within ourselves in West African sub-region. You look at the data from Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, you see less than 1%, less than maybe 0.1% in terms of business transaction we have within African, I'm not talking about Africa, even within the ECOWAS sub-region with Nigeria. Most of our business are done with the Chinese, with the Europeans, with the Americans. So when you want to have a single currency, it's when you know that your volume of trade within yourself is much. That's when you begin to think of single currency. That's why Europe thought of single currency, because it was not only about the trade, it was also about connectivity. To get a flight from Nigeria to Lomé is even difficult. There's no flight from Nigeria to Lomé. Talking of Nigerian to Cape Verde. So when you are talking about a single currency, how much trade have you been able to do within yourself, and how much infrastructure have you built within yourself? If you look at the European Union that are using one single currency, you look at the network of trade within themselves in terms of infrastructure, where they move from one place to another by railway, by car, very high highways. You have that in Nigeria, whereby even from moving from Nigeria to Ghana, you see how bad the roads are, and again, how security agents tend to every country, these people have to come down, go into security clearance and all that. Is that why we want to implement the single currency? I think we should get serious. When we start doing trade within ourselves, we know that it's time for us to implement the single currency. But as it stands, I don't think it's time for us to implement anything that has to do with the single currency. I think it will not see the light. We're just wasting our time. We must learn to do business within ourselves. Then we increase the volume of business within ourselves. Then we begin to say, okay, now it's time to do the single currency, because we know that we want to make trade seamless within ourselves. But for now, I don't think there's any need for that.
All right, you mentioned quite a whole lot of, you talked about the infrastructural issues, even roads connecting these states, these nations in the sub-region. Okay, fine. If the single currency is not what is our problem or what we should be facing in the immediacy, what should we be tackling? Because there has been several talk concerning the AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement now. So how do we begin to domesticate all of that in the sub-region so we can actually enhance trade between Ghana, Nigeria, Lomé, and the likes? Because over time, there are always issues with trade facilitation, border closures, and all of that. Just how do we begin to, handle all of the stumbling blocks?
Number one, we need to build infrastructures. And like you said, one important thing, border closure. We closed our borders. And so even up to this moment, the border between Nigeria and Benin is still shut. So I wonder how you're talking about single currency when you cannot even just travel from here to Lomé, to Benin with your Nigerian passport. You have to go through a lot of hassle. Even if you go by air to Ghana, when you land there, the kind of hassle you have to go through carrying a Nigerian passport before you are allowed. It's also type of things that we need to address. That is one. Then two, we need to look at our transportation network within. The easiest one is air transport. How much have we been doing within ourselves? Yeah, you talk about the African Continental Trade Agreement. Why are some countries open to it? Some countries are not open to it. Nigeria is not even fully open to the African Continental Trade Agreement because Nigerian businesses think they are not prepared yet because of the lack of infrastructure, and that means the cost of goods in Nigeria will be more expensive than the cost of goods in Ghana, and so that means we'll become a dumping ground. A lot of things need to be settled in terms of tariff. Where does the tariff come through? In terms of taxation, where do you pay tax from? So these are issues that not being addressed. So when it's like more or less like you are not even addressing the issues here. You're not talking about the Continental Trade Agreement. African, you are talking about single, like you said, African Continental Trade Agreement. We've not done anything there. Within African countries, we've not done anything. If you look at airlines that are coming to Nigeria, as one of the largest economic hub of West Africa, you just see Kenya Airways, Ethiopia Airways, World Airline in Ghana, and the other ones cannot even do daily flight. And again, how many Nigerian airlines are even flying in some of these countries. So we don't have volume of trade within ourselves. So let's not deceive ourselves. A single currency as it stands is going to be a mirage. So let's forget about that and let's build a relationship. Let's see how we can build infrastructure so that we can easily move our goods and services. Let's address the tariff issue. Let's address the taxation issue. Which good is free for taxation? Which good is not free for taxation? Then you begin to talk about, okay, we are not doing so much business within ourselves. So we cannot begin to think for a single currency. So for me, I think let's build the infrastructure. Let's see what in terms of tariff. And then let's look at our tax policy holistically and have a single tax policy for the ECOWAS sub-region. Then we can begin to say, okay, it's not cheaper for me to buy an Ankara in Ghana than going to buy it in the UK.
Well, since you've mentioned taxation, I think that's a next port to just slide to. In the past few days, there have been recent development concerning the nation's tax policy, specifically withholding tax and those to be exempted. From what we hear right now, GenCos and DISCOs are also categorized as companies that would be exempted from paying or withholding tax. In your opinion now, is this a good news, and just what impact would it actually bring to bear on the power sector in Nigeria?
I think it's a good move for the companies. We need clarity on that. Is it that I will stop paying VAT also when I buy a unit of my own credit too? So that means you have stylishly reduced 10% of my electricity tariff. So I hope the government will give us clarity on that. You can't be giving the GenCos and the DISCOs those facilities at the detriment of our revenue, and the people are still paying their withholding tax, and why they are not paying withholding tax to the government from their own profit. I think that is what they need to come out clear to and give, because a lot of businesses are suffering because of the tax, heavy tax burden. Not only tax, but heavy electrical tariff that they are paying. So if you are giving them 10% withholding tax, they will no more, their company tax will no more be taxed by 10%. Are you telling me also that I'm going to be buying that are also free from that value added tax by buying a unit of electricity? So what it means now, you are making the DISCOs more richer than to the detriment of your people, making them more profitable, and why your people are suffering the burden of it. Because at the end of the day, it's your people that really matters, not about the company. Because if I'm not earning so much and I'm being paid so much, how will I be able to even say the government have done very well? So what we are seeing is a good move for the government towards the DISCOs, so that they can have more funds to expand or to buy more and facilities, especially now that we know that most of their facilities are also obsolete. So I think that is good, but I think again they must also begin to look at how they can also help the Nigerians also for them to enjoy the same benefit. Because just this week, I think early last week, 1st of July, they've hiked their tariff, and after the hike of tariff, they're having a breather in terms of withholding tax. So I think government should also look at the people also.
Let's look at something also very interesting, although still worrying, which is the issue of unemployment and, of course, informal business. We are aware that Nigeria is home to approximately about 40 million MSMEs, and of course 90% are in the informal sector. But MoneyPoint released a report not too long ago, and it's saying that Nigerians actually, the bulk of Nigerians recently just got into this informal business as a result of unemployment, not necessarily out of passion. What do you really think? Because let me just read part of what it says. So the largest group, making up to about 43%, is between 25 and 34. This youthful energy offers a tremendous opportunity for socio-economic transformation through innovation, entrepreneurship, job, and wealth creation. Is this a good thing, or how do we see it? Is it ugly, or is it bad as it were now? There's unemployment in the country, and people are channeling their effort, especially the young people, into informal business. How do you react to that, Mohammed?
Justin, it's a good venture. It's a good thing.
Right. Okay.
And that means you are being creative. You are looking at, look, I can't be waiting for job. Job is not coming. There's something I can do. And like we normally say those days, say when alarm tear you, you will discover your passion. So sometimes, again, a lot of people that are fall into businesses didn't prepare for it. That's the truth. When they are into it, they begin to see how they get themselves into it. Yeah, very few people will tell you that this is the business I wanted to do, and I just started and I got in there. Sometimes it's because of the challenges of life. Like you say again, look at challenges of life will make you discover your talent. So you see a lot of people say, look, I came into comedy because I couldn't find a job. And today they are one of the world-renowned in terms of comedians, and they are doing very well. So I think it's a good thing. I think it's not negative. We are not saying that 40% of Nigerians are not having job, and the youth now they are taking to kidnapping, banditry, armed robbery. I think it's good that people are beginning to think inwardly, beginning to think, okay, look, can I be a solution to my own challenge? Can I begin to provide job for myself? For me, it's good. But again, like you said, as they are into those businesses, government should begin to come in and train them, because some of them find themselves in there by condition. Then it's not time for up the game for them. Maybe you have to set up a platform whereby you train SMEs, you come in with policy, you give them free training, you attract them. And like we said in your program, I said in every program that I've appeared, if you attract them, you are giving them something, then it's easier for you to begin to tax them, because you are giving something to them, and so they will be easily want to pay taxes also. So I think they have done their part. It's not left for government to do their part. Provide security for them, and provide good infrastructure for them. Let them strive both in security and infrastructure. Then you can begin to tax them, and it's a good thing. So when your economic is private sector driven, or driven largely by SMEs that are paying tax, that are productive, then you are taking your economy to the next level. That's what happened in Kenya. That's what happened in China. Today, 90% of Chinese are not employed by government. They are all into one business or the other. So I think it's the right thing. But again, government need to come and help them.
Okay.
And that is why I agree with what Aliko Dangote said during the week. With all these little businesses springing up here and here, you can't be hiking rates, interest rate at 30%. They're not easy. They cannot easily get fund to scale their business to the next level. Haven't been able to start it with a little amount, and they are thinking of expansion, and they don't have the relevant support from the financial sector through policy from the monetary side and policy from the physical side. I think these Nigerians have done themselves well by going up, but again, they need the support of the government.
Okay, before we leave this particular topic to the last one, let me just read some of the statistics that were highlighted from that informal business report. It said 51.6% went into business because, quote, they said I was unemployed. 35.9% went into the business saying that my job wasn't providing enough. About 5.9% is for other reasons. The why 3.8% inherited the business, and just 2.8% were really passionate for business or to get into business. I want you to comment on that, and also 68.2% state that feeding and family expenses. They stated feeding and family expenses as the primary things they spend their money on. Comments, Mukhtar?
Justin, I would say it's one thing. Necessity is the mother of all invention.
Yeah.
So, and I tell people, especially religious folks, when you go, they say it's your month of victory. It's your year of victory. It's your year of this and that. No victory comes without a fight. So challenges are what brings out the best in any human being. Somebody said, if life is a roller coaster, then there will never have been any invention in life. So for me, like I keep saying, I think it's a good thing that challenges are driving you into areas that you never thought you'd be. I don't want to tell you my own story also. Whatever I'm doing today was born out of the challenges I have in paid employment, and then decide to come out of it. I wasn't prepared for it, but once I get into it and I realized that, look, it's something that I can do, then I started upgrading myself, started developing myself in that area. So I think that is what will definitely happen at the end of the day. And sometimes you've seen people that are passionate about their business, they have all the business plan, they say this and this, and at the end of the day, they are not the ones that strive, but those ones that accidentally find themselves in business, they go there with their zeal to succeed. And then they, as they move forward, they begin to add passion into it. And you see them succeed big time. If you ask every businessman, I've been telling you, he will tell you that I was in a particular stage of business, I never thought, but I saw an opportunity in an area, then I get into it. So opportunity here is the key. If you are going into business, did you see an opportunity to provide service? What is business? Business is an opportunity to provide service. And then the value you get from your service, it then in turn turns to profit. So I am excited about that. For me, it's a good thing that we are seeing Nigerians saying, look, I am unemployed. Instead of me to think of how I will borrow money from Justin, borrow money from Mukhtar, borrow money from A and B to begin to gather it, to go to the embassy, to go to UK or to go to Canada, I'm now beginning to look inward that, you know what, can I do something here at home? Now, this is a little digression. Look at what is happening in France. So we are beginning to see a shift. And very soon, it will be like what happened during COVID. Everybody to your own tent, solve your own problem yourself. My country is no more a dumping ground for immigration. You cannot come to my country and make a living. You have to stay in your own country. So we should begin to think inwardly now and begin to see what we can do. For me, fantastic data that has come out.
All right, Mukhtar, thanks for all of the inputs that you have provided. I had wanted us to talk about the CAC extension, but for sake of time, we'll look at that on another time. Thank you so much for the inputs that you have brought on the show today. Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Many thanks once again.
Thank you for having me, Justin. Thank you.
All right, that's the size of the show for today. I am Justin Akademi. Thanks for being a part of it. Bye for now.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, For example, the increasing gig economy is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
So when you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he's too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I would write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book.
Yes.
And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura. Yes. What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay,
there.
so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just sometime when we finished, decided that, okay, I'll write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang. And he said, "This is Muhammadu Buhari." I said, "Which Buhari?" He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, "General!" And then we started talking. He said, "I read the article." He said, "You must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them?" That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were retained. Recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist,
yes,
which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, "You asked me to release him unconditionally." He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, "We are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it. Yeah. But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country." He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him. And the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the
all what he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
with
the president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He will read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth.
Yes.
That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
You know, he's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that, later when he got to Asiwaju met him, and I think...
they iron things out.
Yes, they iron things out.
Because, you know, I'm thinking to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance, you know. Of course, some of the current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Kong, it is my turn, you know, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times. And it's President
It was not in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was the spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. It's also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
he wanted a level playing field,
which he ensured
with all the candidates. Okay, yes. So till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but you know, there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The 4 parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of a Buhari in the last 8 years, in which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that everyone, candidate Tinubu, could not speak. It was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura, and he goes out, I go out with him. If you see how people still respond, oh, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought we will see Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did.
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, oh, if you spend additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. I know that President Buhari still keeps saying that. Do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections?
The retirement
home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call, nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market. Because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in, and had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated. The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go. If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, your shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of the president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped that person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody.
He didn't endorse his vice president either?
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was a father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were endorsed.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Ita Ekpeyon from South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South. Why not replace him with another person from the South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
With number 1 being the best. Number 2, second best. Number 3, also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and now bypassing, appoint another person, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only would look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him.
Yes.
Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yes. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and
will latch on.
Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and. Because
it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know. So I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos here, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Son MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Jafet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, and said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians,
yes.
I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said, amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. You know, your strict law.
Test now. So if you can take your phones out, and I'm going to leave Motorayo to translate in a second. Yes. So if you can take your phones out and be sure that you have the app to vote.
Sortez votre portable, s'il vous plaît, pour pouvoir maximiser l'interprétation française. Sortez votre portable, sortez aussi vos écouteurs.
So we're going to do one practice vote right now, if you can have that available for you. So this is just for the General Council members that are in the room.
Pour les membres du Conseil général, s'il vous plaît, on va avoir un test maintenant pour que vous soyez en ligne.
So this test right now will be launched into the phones, and you will see a pop-up or a little red dot where it says polls.
Regardez s'il vous plaît sur l'écran, suivez l'instruction.
And the test will read this: "Thank you, Nigerian Baptist." Okay, so the poll is "Thank you, Nigerian Baptist," and you have three options. It will say "Praise the Lord." You have to choose one of those: "Praise the Lord," "Hallelujah," and "Outstanding." Okay, so if you have your phones, General Council members, and you see a red dot on polls, and you find it, if you don't find it, we'll do some. Is the poll live? Did you send it? Okay. Okay, Paul Masisa, you got it? Okay, so it's working. That's good. Somebody saw it. Okay.
Appuyez sur le point rouge et vous allez voir soit Merci le Nigeria ou Louez le Seigneur ou Alléluia. Si vous voyez cela, ça veut dire que vous êtes déjà en ligne.
Okay, so we're going to leave the poll open for about 15-20 minutes so that we can troubleshoot if you haven't found it. So the first real vote will be this afternoon, so we have to make sure that all the General Council members have the rights to vote. And so we are going to do that, and it's very important that we do that. It will be live, it will be on time, real-time voting. So you will have to be in the room to vote. Those online will vote online as well on the app.
La première séance du Conseil général, c'est cet après-midi. S'il vous plaît, soyez prêts avec votre portable pour pouvoir voter.
Okay, we're going to move on to other announcements because it's almost coffee break time, and we want to keep the time as we have on the schedule.
Il y aura d'autres annonces plus tard.
So when you register, you probably got a blue band on your hand. You have a wristband, a blue wristband.
Si vous avez ce bracelet bleu,
So you're going to need that to access the meals,
Vous
coffee
aurez besoin
breaks,
de ce bracelet pour pouvoir manger.
coffee breaks and lunch are provided with your registration, and dinner is on your own.
Il y a la pause pour prendre du café. Il y a aussi le déjeuner, mais pour avoir accès, il faut avoir ce bracelet bleu.
Hall. And across this hallway, there's also 3 rooms that we're going to be serving the dinners, the meals, breaks and lunch.
Pour manger, il y a
So the lunch time will be at 12:15 and the break will be right after this.
le déjeuner, c'est à midi 15, mais la pause, c'est immédiatement après cette séance.
So another thing that we have incorporated this year is simultaneous interpretation with Mutun Rayo as the lead of our translators. Our interpreters are up there in the mezzanine level. So if you want to wave to them, thank you. Helping our francophone.
Les interprètes sont en haut. C'est pour pouvoir avoir l'interprétation simultanée. S'il vous plaît, soyez en ligne pour maximiser cette opportunité.
So in this room, this is the code that we're going to always use in this room. So every time you come into a room that has simultaneous interpretation, there will be a code that's very important for them to know Mountain Rayo.
Scannez s'il vous plaît ce code QR. Je vais lire le code. 39, 77 et 47. 39, 77, 47.
So they have to download the app, and we can talk about that later.
Il faut télécharger là.
If they have any questions, they can talk to you.
Si vous avez des questions sur comment avoir accès, voyez les interprètes, nous sommes en haut.
Okay, so we're ready. For today, we're going to have, after the coffee break, our regional meetings. So Africa will stay here, Elias. So we're going to have our African fellowship here, and all the other regions will go into their rooms. Then we're going to have lunch. Then we're going to have an awesome General Council session with a lot of new information that we are going to receive.
Immédiatement après la pause, nous aurons les réunions régionales. Les Africains vont rester ici. Les autres régions vont rester dans les petites salles dehors. Et immédiatement, après les réunions régionales, c'est le déjeuner. Après le déjeuner, c'est le concile général.
And after the council, we're going to have breakout sessions as well as a free evening today.
Nous aurons aussi des petits groupes, des séances en petits groupes. Et après, c'est le dîner, n'est-ce pas?
And one more thing is that while you register, you probably received an offering envelope. So we're going to do the offering tomorrow morning, so be prepared for that. And if you have not one of these, we can have some more. And if you have any questions, ask for our Director of Finance, Monica. If you have a donation, you can also come to our registration desk.
Ces enveloppes sont disponibles pour les offrandes, mais il n'y en a pas aujourd'hui. C'est pour demain matin. Merci. Et si vous avez des questions à poser, vous pouvez voir Carolina dans son bureau.
Thank you. So let's enjoy some coffee break now. Thank you.
Bon appétit, c'est la pause. Merci.
Please, let's wait. Let's wait, please. Let's be seated. Give us just a Okay.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
Essay Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it's to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Hesse Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me" is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction. A situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comment. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others with your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change, as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private. Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. Try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Hesse Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it used to be the cleaner. Over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Hesse Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
From a very young age, we're asked what we would like to become when we grow up. And you're expected to have just one answer. Children deciding to be more than one diverse thing evokes frown lines on the faces of adults because the path to being a doctor is at odds with the path to being a musician. However, there are many people who are genuinely curious about so many things around them, and to choose just one thing out of their many curiosities and interests is unsettling. They soon discover that they are bored and want to pursue more things. Some people may refer to these people as confused. However, the term used to refer to such people is multi-potentialites or polymaths or the Renaissance man.
A multi-potentialite is someone with many interests and creative pursuits.
The idea of the Renaissance man or polymath came about during the Renaissance period and is the idea that anyone who applies themselves can be exceptional at poetry, art, science, mathematics, athletics, and any other field that catches their attention. Oyindamola studied human resources at the University of Lagos and graduated top 2 in her class. Since graduation, she has dabbled into music, acting, social media manager, digital marketing, content marketing, coding, freelance UX designer, and arts.
For me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends. I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. You know, once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. You know, we have processes. So these things, this structure helps me keep my life in focus. Everything, you know, has a structure. And sometimes I don't like, I go with the flow as well. I can just wake up, you know, I have my stylus pen here and I'm just like, I feel like drawing on my phone. So it's this always by my bedside table. And I can just spend like the first 2 hours after waking up just focusing on drawing. So sometimes I take the structured approach and sometimes I just go with the flow.
The term might be new, but humanity has seen many Renaissance men, who include Leonardo da Vinci, who was active as a painter, draftsman, engineer, scientist, theorist, sculptor, and architect. While his fame initially rested on his achievements as a painter, he also became known for his notebooks, in which he made drawings and notes on a variety of subjects, including anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, and paleontology. Leon Battista Alberti, who was an Italian Renaissance humanist, author, artist, architect, poet, priest, linguist, philosopher, and cryptographer. Benjamin Franklin, who was an American polymath, was active as a writer, scientist, inventor, statesman, diplomat, printer, publisher, forger, and political philosopher. Thomas Jefferson, who was an American statesman, diplomat, lawyer, architect, philosopher, slaver, and
Hello, welcome to our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a top-flight town planner, a former commissioner for physical planning and urban development in Lagos State, a man who recently headed the tribunal that looked into the collapsed building in Ikoyi. He's also an author, a happily married man, a grandfather. Town planner Olutoyin Ayinde. You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, viewers.
It's good to have you with us.
It's a privilege to be here.
Let me say this about you. What strikes me the most about you is your humility and openness. And it makes me to ask, who is Toyin Ayinde?
Well, Toyin Ayinde is Toyin Ayinde.
Yes.
But I must say that I was brought up under a disciplined parenthood, and who taught us to know that what is it that you have that you were not given. So, and if you were given, why do you behave as if you are really the one that authored everything? So that points to the fact that we have to be humble in anything that we do, knowing that you will not be the first to do what you are doing, and you are not about to be the last. So, and I believe that anywhere we find ourselves in life is a test to wherever we are going again. So if you fail that test today, you may not be able to withstand tomorrow. So that's how I have grown as Toyin Ayinde, which makes me a little bit different from my peers, because it's not the way that my peers will look at things that I will look at them. So many things that people clamor for, that they think is the end of the world, I just rationalize and ask myself, what is it in life that I will exchange my life for? You know, and I do not see anything. So it makes me humble, giving respect to the other person, knowing that he can as well be occupying the seat I'm occupying now. So that's where I believe life should run.
Yeah, no, you see, as someone who finds himself in society, the home prepared you for the society.
True.
Were you caned when you were younger?
Oh, I was caned. I happened to be firstborn in the family, and you know what firstborns go through.
I don't know.
You know,
I'm not one.
okay, so you're not one. The truth is that parents, generations ago, did not go through any school of parenting. So each parent brought up their own child the way they were brought up. So it's like a wumble and fumble thing. So I went through a dad who, if he promised you he was going to cane you,
you got caned.
If he hasn't caned you in 2 weeks, don't think he forgot. He's just looking for the appropriate time. In fact, you could be sleeping and he will wake you up with that cane.
But going through that, did you find yourself detesting him?
Initially as a child. Later, I grew up to rationalize. In fact, there was a time I was saying, okay, this man actually wanted me to be a good person, but he didn't know how to go about it. I'll give you an example. You know that when I was younger, I was a stammerer, chronic stammerer.
Really?
And I remembered my mom caning me to say, stop stammering. Stop stammering. One day I had the opportunity to say this publicly, and she was there. I said, may God forgive her.
Amen.
You know, but how did I get over stammering?
Yes.
I learned on my own. I discovered that you stutter more when you are aggravated.
Yes, true.
When you are angry, when you are in an argument.
Yes.
So I learned not to get involved in arguments. I learned not to raise my voice. Then I learned to speak slower,
yes,
to pick my words. And eventually,
deliberately,
I began to develop. So I now find people call me an orator, and I look at myself.
Where is that coming from? Now, compare your upbringing to what you have done with your children. Did you cane or spank, as we say these days now?
Yes, I did. You know, I was brought up in a Christian home.
Yes.
So the Bible says that
bring up a child.
There's a foolishness
in the heart of a child. It is a cane,
the rod of correction.
Yeah.
But the rod really doesn't have to be cane.
Yeah.
But what most of us did was cane. But it didn't get far as I experienced, because then I had begun to go for parenting classes. Not formally, sometimes you just learn it in the church. But I went for leadership studies.
Yes.
And one of the books that made an impact in my life was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, written by Stephen Covey.
Stephen Covey, yes.
And it was there that I learned that by the time I'm using a cane on my child, I'm trying to enforce what I was unable to normally pass to him. So it made me realize that, this thing is about communication. So I began to improve on my communication. In fact, one of the things I first did was to have a one-on-one with one of my children, with each of my children.
Yes.
So I'll take them, just go to an eatery, feel relaxed, and I'll be discussing. In fact, last month we were in UK. My last born graduated in University of Manchester, his master. And he said it was going to be my turn, but he never came. He said, now we are going to discuss.
Which is very instructive. Like, communication is very important.
Yes.
Right. Let's hold it there. We're going to take a break now for a short while. When we're back, we'll continue our talk with Mr. Toyin Ayinde. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Town Planner Toyin Ayinde. Recently, you served as chairman of the tribunal into that collapsed building in Ikoyi. I know you have presented your report, and without asking you to divulge anything that's already divulged, what basically did you come out with as a person about the building industry?
Well, thank you for that question, and I think I would also like to thank the Lagos State government for the privilege to have been appointed as chairman of that tribunal. And I also want to thank every member of that tribunal. They were all accomplished professionals who knew their onions. They were all people who couldn't be manipulated. Let me say that we did that assignment gratis.
Okay.
Yeah, we were not offered any sitting allowance. We didn't collect any sitting allowance. I think that probably gave us the courage to look into the issue realistically and come up with recommendations. What I take away from that assignment is that we can't pass the buck. Can't pass the buck. The buck has to stop on someone's table. And there are levels of tables like that where we have not taken cognizance of the value of life. And that's why the summary of our report was that building collapse in Nigeria is rooted in the falling ethics and value systems of Nigeria. So over time, we have lost touch with what is right. You even have to be defending what is right now before what is wrong. You know, one of the things we said as we were submitting the report was that members of the tribunal would need government protection because in a few weeks' time, they will probably be the villains and those who did the wrong thing will be praised. And it's because we haven't learned how to call a spade a spade. When you see somebody who says this is the real issue, these are the culprits, what people end up asking is, where did he discover the culprits? So it gives you some kind of challenge of the kind of system we're running. But if the building industry must restore confidence, we must embrace professionalism, we must embrace a value system that puts value on the Nigerian life.
But let me interrupt you. If we talk of the buck stopping somewhere, and we want to put value to the Nigerian life and also be professional, what would you say causes buildings to collapse? They don't need to be high-rise buildings like that. Different types of buildings, a 2- or 3-story building just collapsed recently in Butemeta.
Yeah.
You know, why do buildings collapse?
Well, buildings will collapse because of the failure to take a decision. And it depends on who was meant to take that decision. You know, let's imagine it's a building under construction.
Yes.
There are professionals who are meant to take the
decision.
Layers. A contractor is supposed to have professionals working. There are consultants meant to supervise the contractor. There are government agencies meant to monitor. So anytime any of these ones fail, buildings may collapse when the wrong things are done. But because everyone has responsibility, we should be able to trace who dropped the ball.
Yes.
And anyone who dropped the ball should be penalized for dropping the ball. I think that's what is missing.
Because there's no punishment meted out to anyone.
That's the missing point. That's the missing point.
I know that in our environment there is a housing deficit, a very serious one across the nation, particularly so in urban cities like Lagos.
Yeah.
Now, around us, people just buy a piece of land and start building. Should it be so?
Now, the first thing about building is that we have a wrong model in Nigeria. And I've been privileged to say this in 25 states of the Federation. First, I think our governance model is wrong.
We'll come to that.
Yes, because government, and I'm saying government, I'm beginning from government and governance, because by research, I learned that 3,300 BC, before Christ, cities were planned by government itself. It's part of the responsibility of government to plan. So what does government do? Government takes care of the generality of the people. But we haven't really enjoyed that in Nigeria. Most times, government takes care of a section or a few people. Now, where government takes care of the generality of the people, individuals rarely build houses for themselves. So in UK, for example, there is a public housing policy.
Yes.
And government, buildings, residential buildings are either put up by corporations, cooperatives, or by councils. So you can have a council flat.
And you can't even renovate without permits.
No, and you didn't build it yourself. It was built by reputable organizations. So you don't have the government persuading land to individuals because governance is in place. But where there is lack of governance, where government is not taking responsibility for public housing, then it persuades land to individuals. And then you have individuals go to the markets, going to buy cement, going to buy iron rod, which doesn't happen in many places. It's the same thing that we have for public transportation.
Yeah.
Where there is no public transportation, there will be so many commercial vehicles on our roads. Where there is no public water supply, there will be so many boreholes. So, and the more people you have doing that thing, the less control, the less enforcement you are able to do. I think that's what has brought us to this level. You know, there are too many people constructing who don't know about construction.
Yeah.
There are too many quacks in the business who have no business being there. And unfortunately, you know what, like I was telling the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria last week, I was asking, what is it that quacks tell the citizens, that the citizens believe in them more than the professionals?
Probably because they are cheaper?
Maybe, but it's also at a great risk.
Yes.
Yes. And because we have all lost value, a man puts the cost of building higher than his own life. Because that's what I think is happening.
Yes.
So there's need for a rediscovery of our values. That's the way I think we
But you know, I also think that there's need for courage in enforcing standards.
True, and enforcement of standards, like I said, is about layers. Enforcement of standards will cut across professional bodies. So when anybody offends, I'm a town planner. If I do any sharp practice, it should be possible to report me to my institute. My institute, for example, has an ethics and disciplinary committee, and I should be able to face that committee, and then if I'm wrong, I'm penalized. And people shouldn't be looking at it from the fact that, oh, okay, he was penalized because he's not Yoruba speaking, he's penalized because he's Igbo and things like that. So all of those things have to be removed. We have to learn, government has to learn to also enforce discipline.
Okay.
So it's not just about professional bodies. Government must also do that. And government more, because government is the one that really has that capacity to put everybody in their place, especially if it's done within the legal framework.
We'll come back. When we're back, we'll continue our talk. This time, we'll be talking about the quality of workmanship within the industry and what has happened to us in Nigeria regarding personnel and training and even preparing our youth to participate in the industry where you specialize. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Ayinde. We were talking about the quality of workmanship. You enter a building that's just been finished, you see the lines are not straight, you see the screening is imperfect and all that, and then you say, who are the people who did this? Or say, oh, somebody, I was advised to bring in people from Ghana, from Republic of Benin, but I thought it was too expensive. These Nigerian people are not. What has happened to our trade centers, to all of these government training institutes? Why can't even the private sector set up proper training institutes for the various levels of the building industry?
I think over time we've lost touch with training personnel in Nigeria. In those days there used to be the City and Guilds exams.
Yes.
For craftsmen, masons, and things like that. I'm not sure we have that anymore. I recollect that a few years ago, there was a young man, Shegun Sholade or something like that, who you know was trying to work on artisans and craftsmen, working in collaboration with the Nigerian Institute of Building. To see that craftsmen are properly trained, because indeed and in truth, even housekeeping hands in hotels, we don't even have them anymore. You know, so and these are vocations that really need training. I think we got carried away by the certificate syndrome. Everybody wants to have a BSc, everybody, and so we do not have dignity of labor anymore. So no one is willing to learn some of these things. In fact, they probably prefer to be bike riders than some of these things. But the truth is, I was in Ghana a few years ago, I think in 2007, where we were designing an estate for a client, and the client insisted that he wanted me to visit Ghana to see an estate, Trasaco Valley or something like that. And when I got there, what I first saw, the masonry, I said, the bricklayers who worked on my mom's house will do a better job than this. Until I saw their finishing. one of the things you will find out about them is that when it comes to finishing, they are never in a hurry. If you flip that back to us, we are always in a hurry. So, because the longer it takes for you in finishing a job, the better the quality. So we see that, and that's why the science of project management came. You know, we don't manage our projects well. We are always in a hurry to complete them. Sometimes those projects are to score political points. So rather than do them well,
do them quick.
I've had a governor say that we are doing this road, I'll deliver it in 3 months. The design probably has not even been done. And you don't know the intricacies of those things. So I think we just must understand that there are processes. And if we must get good results, we must pass through those processes and do due diligence, which is what we're lacking right now.
So what's the way out?
The way out is to ramp up things like what the Nigerian Institute of Building is doing, trying to train. You know, what they're trying to do is concentrate on those artisans and craftsmen and build up a reserve of such people so that when you need their services, you can be sure that when you go to this body, they will give you people who are qualified. And by the time they are doing it, if we can replicate that in states of the Federation, cities and the Federation, then we should be able to put back quality workmen. And then our economy really has to support the building industry. It is said to be one of the largest employers of labor. You know, so if the building industry is vibrant, people will also be able to stay there and earn their living.
Yeah, still talking professions. Now, you are currently the president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. Do people really appreciate the work of a town planner in this environment?
The way I put it is that Nigerians generally do not understand what town planning is. And I've had to say this before about 8 or 9 governors that I have met, that what people think is town planning in Nigeria is exactly what is not town planning.
So what is town planning?
Town planning is putting order into human settlements. But we will not understand this until we understand how a human body is. A human body has systems. Circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, reproductive system, skeletal system. That's how the human settlement too is. Every human settlement has a circulatory system. That's the root system. It has a productive system, the industry. It has a respiratory system, the recreational areas that allows the environment to breathe. It has an excretory system, digestive to excretory system. That's the waste management, how you produce your waste and how you manage it. So these are the things that have to do. A broadcaster by error. No, nobody becomes anything by error. You plan it. You work towards the subjects that lead you there. Many children want to become medical doctors. When it becomes time to choose their subjects and they are choosing English literature, geography, Christian religious knowledge, French, they will tell that child, you know what, you can never become a medical doctor. It's the same thing. When you want a city to be organized, you plan it before you now begin to put buildings there. But in Nigeria, it's the buildings we know. So when we go for building plan approval, that's what we call town planning. Now, a building plan that is sitting on an unplanned area is like putting something on nothing. And that's why we will never get the right result. So we must start first by planning our city system, giving it a theme. Which type of city do we want? Is it an industrial city? Is it an educational city? Is it one that you will know for agricultural production? And that's what will now prescribe how we go about it and how we grow over time.
But then, you know, when I've seen situations where cities were planned, as it were, and they evolved, they developed, and along the way, areas that were marked strictly residential began spotting commercial activity and all that.
Very possible, because even a human being, you know, I likened a human settlement to a human being, evolves. There are times somebody bloats up in size,
yes,
and he has to look through his wardrobe and see that these clothes can't size anymore. He gets new ones. There are times that he trims down and says, you know what, I have to get new. So there is what is called review.
Yes.
So many times when in Nigeria, the once in a blue moon that we prepare a master plan, we think that it is forever. You know, plans are supposed to be reviewed because it's a dynamic system.
Yes.
And things are subject to change. So every 2 years, you look at it, what has this plan achieved? Has anything changed? If something has changed, for example, if you have an estate where those who started it were baby boomers, and then after some years, people have gone.
Yes.
They remain old. If you are still retaining an educational facility in that place, it will not make sense. I was in Manchester, I think in 2013, and somebody was pointing to a building that was apparently a church building. I was saying, sir, it's no longer a church, that it's not a residential building, but the facade
still shows church.
Was left as church. So it happens like that because the human settlement is a dynamic entity. So you respond to every change, making sure that what you want to do is promote sustainability so that you can live, work, and play.
But living, working, and playing in such an environment becomes almost impossible when you look at, say, Victoria Island, that is now apparently more commercial than residential. There's no public car parking system here. I recall one of the businesses around the area had plans to provide parking opportunities.
Not responding is the need for public transportation. First, we have too many vehicles on our roads. And that's why we need parking. In 2015, we were talking about 75,000 commercial vehicles, which we needed to mop up.
That's a lot.
As at that time. Last time I checked, I was trying to prepare a paper and I was researching. Now we have over 200,000 commercial vehicles. We mopped up the Molue buses to bring in the BRT buses. And the idea was the next phase was to mop up the Danfo buses. But what do we have now? Instead of mopping the Danfo buses, we now have those other tiny buses again, which in the
cluster the road
in the local parlance they call them Korokwe.
Yes.
So those ones are more. We now have tricycles, all congesting our road system. So we are truly not responding to the dynamics. We are not applying the right medication to our illness. So what we need first is to invest in public transportation, mass transit, so that we can mop up all of those vehicles, make them freer. You will need less land for parking. There are also some dynamics now. You know, Uber and Bolt were not the in thing then.
No, they
now
were
you
not.
have them now. So why would I need to take my car?
All the time.
All the time, you know. So, but all of these things are, and we need data, studies all the time. We're not studying, we're not conducting any studies. And this will be the result all of the time. Failure of systems because we're not reviewing, examining ourselves to know whether we are making progress.
Okay. Now, because of the progress that has been achieved in society in terms of, say, advancements in information technology, it's easier to send information, receive information, share information, right? The younger generation is more into that than the older generation. However, politically speaking, how do we get the younger generation to even trust the older generation enough in terms of charting the right course for the future? Because they're the ones that will solve the...
Before I left for government service, I went through leadership course, and one of the things that I came across was the fact of some businesses that have stayed over 100 years. And they all started with individuals.
Yes.
Family businesses. And then I learned the liberal nature of those businesses, the ability to absorb people, the ability to give room for talent and things like that. And I remember that one of the things I used to say when I got back from the training was like, well, this Tony and Associates is just, it bears my name, but I'm not the owner. That if God asks me to do something else, I'll just move on. And lo and behold, I was invited to become a commissioner. So what did I do? I took younger people, my own staff, I took them to the bank and authorized the bank to open another Tony and Associates account to which they would be signatories and I would not be. That's trust.
That's trust.
You know, so from then on, every proceeds that came to the farm went into that account. They were the ones managing the account. Because of trust, I didn't need to call them to say, how much is there? I hope you have not finished spending. You know, I had made up my mind the day I was given that endorsement. I made up my mind that the worst that will ever happen is that they will close down the business. But you know what? They didn't close it down.
Yes.
They did it better than I would have done if I was still there, because they could take risks, risks that I wouldn't have taken because of my generation.
Yeah.
There's a book on relationship. I've forgotten the author now, but it was from that book that I learned about generations and why, given the same amount to do the same thing, it would take me a longer time to do that thing than somebody who is younger.
Who's younger, yes.
Because he doesn't care to take the risk. I will remember that I'm a grandfather.
Yes.
You know, all of those things. So those are the things I think we should begin to think about now. I think younger people should be given opportunity to take the risk on our behalf. We will also be taking a risk by trusting in them.
Yes.
Now somebody says, if you trust them and they disappoint you, if you say because they will disappoint, you will not trust
take
them.
The risk of trusting.
We'll just remain where we are, meaning the status quo. And somebody said the true meaning of status quo is the mess you are in. So if you say let the status quo remain, you are saying let the mess we are in remain. So I think if we want to get out of the status quo, we must take a plunge.
Yes.
Close our eyes. Let those young men try it. We're still alive to correct them.
To correct them.
But if we don't allow them...
But see, let's now conversely flip it. You recently, one of the parties, the APC to be candidate, right, decided to offer for sale its presidential form, nomination form, for 100 million naira for a job that for the entire tenure will be bringing in to the president or the candidate less than 60 million naira. So that's like you are being asked to go look for 100 million, come and invest it in a game of chance. You may end up not even being the candidate. And even if you end up being the candidate, your take-home pay is less than 60 million naira. So what are we saying to the young people? Yes, you say it is reduced for them to 50 million. How many young people will have 50 million naira and want to be president? Are we really serious?
Well, this is a turf that I'm still growing in.
Yes, we all are.
I say that I'm not an experienced politician, and truly I don't know the basis. First, I was thinking, or probably they want to test the sacrifice of the candidates, but how far would that really go? Because if we want them to sacrifice for Nigeria, I don't know if that money will really be put into...
The money will stay in the party.
So I really don't understand. But for me, I think if we make it more liberal, we're likely to get people who will perform, but they may not have that resource, you know, because it's not every time that your resource determines that you have something here.
Exactly. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, Tamplana India and I will be talking about the younger generation, their expectations, and how we of the older generation can lift them up. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversation with my guest, Tamplana Ayinde. Now, young people, have we failed them, really? Or have we helped them? Or do we even understand them? We are quick to look at them as having a sense of entitlement, which is valid. And they're also quick to let us know that they are irritated by our style of administration or our style of doing stuff. Even when you employ young people, sometimes I've heard somebody say that, I don't understand my staff. Do we understand young people?
I think we should understand life as a continuous process. And when something is continuous, then we need to also learn as we go on. I look at the younger generation from the angle of my children. I have 4 children. And the first thing I know about them is that they are all different human beings. They all have separate ideas. I have the one that is carefree. I have one that is focused. I have one that is moody. His mood can just swing and things like that. So, and I know what to ask one person to do and the other not to do. So it takes time to study human beings and know what they are good at. And it's better to play with people's strength rather than bring out their weaknesses. I think part of the things we don't do is to see the good in the younger generation. I was part of a committee recently. We're still working, and we're trying to hold a professional summit. And then I was told that the theme they were considering was to look into drug abuse and things like that. So I said, so why are you looking at our youths only from drug abuse, things like that? Why are you not looking at their potentials in a challenging nation? You know, things like that, which we eventually agreed on. So I believe that given the right environment, given the guidance, our youths can actually do a lot better than us. Like I said, they have the energy, I go back to my background again.
Mhm.
I said I'm a Christian and I've looked through the Bible. Anytime God wants to do any change, he does it through young men.
That's deep. That's true.
He does it through young men. When Moses was choleric, when he was young, he saw somebody oppressing the other. He said, why? He went out, as a young man, he was drunk. Joshua was full of strength, David, look at how
Very
he
exuberant.
was a game changer.
Yes.
When he saw Goliath. I mean, Saul was probably a grandfather and everybody was afraid. He was running away from Goliath. But this 17-year-old boy ran towards him.
Yeah.
So I've seen young people effect the change. So when we are looking for change, we should be looking for the people whose blood is still hot. They are damning the consequences.
Yeah.
I know what I could do when I was younger. There are things now. Moses Ogunleye, my colleague, made an observation when I became a commissioner. He said, Egbon, I can see that you talk, you are slower now when you want to speak. And there were a lot of things to think about. As commissioner, anything that came from my mouth would be a policy statement.
Yes, declaration.
So I have to think and be slow about it. That's what happens to the older generation. There are a lot of things, a lot of sentiments at times to consider. So I think what the youths have as an advantage is that energy.
Yes.
But you can now channel that energy. And if we truly begin to trust that, we send them to school not to be stupid. And we are not giving them the opportunity to use it, And I think part of the reasons why some of us don't want to leave power now is that we are not given the opportunity to test our leadership potential when we are young. So it's at 60, it's at 65 that you are now becoming somebody. You won't want to leave.
You don't want to leave.
But
you have to go.
That's really not the right age
to
now be showing as a leader. When I was going to contest as president of my institute, I was 57. And many people were asking me to step down for another person so that the person, and I did my calculations. I said, look, at 57, I will be second national vice president for 2 years. I'll be first national vice president for 2 years because it's a grooming process. And then I'll become president. I said, by the time I'm president, I'll be 61. I said, if you ask me to step down and we try to do some zoning kind of, by the time that opportunity comes to me again, I'll be 63. 2 years as second vice, 2 years as first vice. By the time I become the president, I'll be 67. I said I will be a stupid 67-year-old man if I cannot show you. If I can't show you 5 younger people, that will do it better than me. So I think we need to know that leadership has energy. So there's an age for leadership. There's an energy for leadership. There's a speed for leadership. I've gone to 25 states and I spend 3 days and I'm off to another place and I'm off to another place. One of our past presidents said, Tony, you know why you're able to do this? You are still young.
You're still young. Yeah, that's true.
So we need to put our young people out there to bring out the best in them, especially now that we're in the technology age.
Yes. Now, because they are even more technology savvy, they are exposed to a lot more of information than we were at our own time. They also need to listen to us. How do we make them listen to us?
Okay. You develop a relationship. Most times we're disconnected from our youths. When parents are talking to their children, and you get to a point that a father is saying, I'm the one that gave birth to you, something is missing.
It's already threatened.
It's threatened. So it's like when a husband is telling his wife, do you know I'm the husband in this house?
Yes.
It's a break in communication. So we must always communicate with our children. I tell my children stories. I remind them of when I took them to school and I hadn't paid their school fees. And I was asked to take them back home. That's to let them remember that we didn't become who we are now, just like this. It didn't happen to us.
Yes.
We went through processes.
Yes.
I remind them of when the car broke down
Yes.
and we had to push.
Yeah.
So if we have one now that is remote controlled, don't be arrogant.
Yes.
We worked our way there.
Yes.
So all of these conversations we must have from time to time. I don't stop my children from asking me questions. It's different from in those days when we were brought up. Once our fathers, when you hear the car horn, everybody runs for cover.
Everywhere is cool.
Yes, and when daddy is in the sitting room, nobody is there. But this is different.
Yes.
You can come and discuss and things like that. And that's that's what we should really cultivate.
There's actually this push in these days now where they say that we should mentor the younger generation. The question I have is, who mentored you? Now, how do you mentor someone else when you were not mentored yourself?
Now, mentoring really should be like a kind of taking someone by the hand and letting him know this and that. But for us, I think there are many things we picked on the way. You might not have been told directly. It's like being in an apprenticeship.
Sure.
You know, I wonder how some of these mechanics get to, because all they will just be doing is to be looking at their oga.
Yeah.
You know, so, and there are things that can be taught. There are things that are caught.
Yes.
You can't teach it.
Yeah.
So, but somehow is by either looking at someone over time, reading something, and it just strikes you. You know, that's the way some of us developed.
Yes.
And I think when our children look at us long enough, I was shocked when I went for my daughter's graduation in secondary school, and they had this magazine, and they put, "Who is your mentor?" And she wrote, "Her father." I was shocked. So this child is looking at me. That means that I must not fail.
Fail her.
I must fail her. So as mentors, let me say as examples to our children, we will be mentoring them.
Okay.
That's the way I want
And
to
then we need to also take that outside the home.
Oh, of course. Do you know why we are building them in the home? We are building them for the society.
Yeah.
And I've seen my children come to tell me, and this is where we really have to be careful. My children have told me that, Dad, we see some of these things that you are saying. They are true. I said, but people are not practicing them out there. And that's the sad thing.
That's it.
Because no child of mine will break a traffic signal.
Certainly not.
No child of mine, whatever chaos is on the road, will drive against traffic.
Yeah.
No child of mine will do that. Yeah. But they see other people do these things
and they wonder.
Every day.
Yeah.
So this is what we are up against. So how many parents have taught their children
not to do that?
Not to do that.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
Well, let's go back to the home now. I asked you at the initial stage that who is doing Ayinde when you tried. Now, I'm coming back there. As a person, what are the things that give you pleasure?
Let me start by saying my relationship with God. And then my relationship with my family. I've been very close with my wife. Very, very close. We're very close.
Yeah.
So that helps me, and my children also know that. So we have grown together. I've not been privileged to close from work, then go somewhere and relax for hours before coming home. You know, once I'm done at work, I just go home, sit with my family. My relationship with God. I love getting principles.
Okay.
As I read the Bible, I'm not reading the story, I'm looking for the principles. So as to apply.
Yeah.
Because those things are meant to be applied to make you different as you are. So if you are disciplined, why are you disciplined? I've read people who are disciplined.
Yes.
I've read about people who knew how to add value.
Yes.
You know, so, and I hold that I'm God's representative.
Okay, so
at any time.
What's your favorite food?
If you give me amala, the on the spot one.
The on the spot one.
Yes. If you give me 3 times a day, I won't complain.
Ah. You know, I remember when we were talking off the camera about the simplicity of the food, that Gari and Ekpa any day is a good combination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I've taken quite a number of times in my office. I used to say when I was in government service that I did not, on account of becoming a commissioner, relocate my lunch area to Sheraton.
Exactly. Because you stop being commissioner one day and then you go back to the basics. But how did you become a commissioner? You were not a politician then.
I wasn't in politics. I was not a politician. It started from service. Because many people will know. There is a tendency to think that it just happened. But no, it didn't just happen. I remember when I used to send emails to the governor. When I noticed anything, I would send emails to the governor. I went to Nanjing in 2008. I saw some things. I took pictures. And when I arrived, it was my personal trip. And I sent to the governor. I said, this is possible in Lagos. And then I had an opportunity to consult for Ministry of Housing. It was a project for which I had no letter of award, for which I had no dime as advance payment. But just I saw it as a privilege to be invited to come and give service.
Yes.
And I prepared a 12-week schedule, and I dived into that assignment. And you know, I didn't know that big project, and I was given a third project. It was while I was on that third project that one day I received a phone call. It was the governor. He said, I'd like to discuss with you. The rest is history. So what I have learned from that is Proverbs 22:29. Do you see a man diligent in his duties? He will stand before kings and not before men. So this is how I got to government. But having been in government, I served the APC government. So, and
you became APC.
Courtesy demands, courtesy demands that I'm a carrying member of APC.
Let me thank you for your time. We'll do this again as soon as we can, and I wish you the very best in your tenure.
Thank you very much.
As President of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. It's been Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Toyin Ayinde as my guest. Thank you for coming.
It's a privilege, sir.
All right. Thank you all for watching. We'll be with you sometime soon. Thank you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
Hello and welcome. I am Justin Akadonye, and this is the news brief on Plus TV Africa. Some bandits have invaded Danjunu community in Millennium City of Chikun local government area of Kaduna State and abducted 2 journalists. The Nation's Abdul Ghaffar Abba, Alabelewe and Blueprints newspapers Abdul Rahim Abdu, as well as their wives and children. Alabelewe is also the current chairman of the Correspondence Chapel of the Nigerian Union of Journalists Kaduna State Council. One of the victims' family members, Taofiq Olayemi, who confirmed the incident, said the bandits invaded the area around 10:30 p.m. on Saturday night and shot indiscriminately before carrying out their acts.
Yesterday around 10:15 in the night, I saw some group of members. They went to come at my brother's house. I was peeking through the windows. I was looking through the window in my house. What is going on? I hear the wife was shouting that, please, who is that? Who is that? I said, open the door, open the door. When they asked him to open the door, my brother wanted to refuse to open the door. It's the wife that later stand up and open the door. I see them. They was beating my brother seriously. And later on, they tied his hand for back. I was looking everything the way they come. Immediately I see it, I call Abdul Ghaffar. Alabelewe direct. His number is off. I say, Kai, something is happening in this area. Immediately they finish, I just tell them. After they finish, I just come out immediately. Come and carry one of our daughter inside. I hear my brother was shouting, please, let's leave her alone because it's not feeling fine. She's not feeling fine. Please, let's leave her alone. Please, let's leave her alone. Later on, they leave the daughter alone. Immediately I come, I open the door, I see the daughter sit down. He was crying. Daddy, brother, where's my daddy? I said, don't worry. I first took her to my house to keep. Immediately I went to Abdul Ghaffar house too. When I get there, I see that, everything, they are even worse than what I even expect. And there's a shot, they even get a gun that they are shooting gun. But the vigilante in this area was surprised that what is going on, that nobody even attend to us.
Meanwhile, the Kaduna State Council of the Nigerian Union of Journalists has condemned the abduction of its members in the state. The condemnation is contained in a statement issued by the Council's chairman, Asma'u Halilu, and the secretary, Gambo Sanga, issued in Kaduna on Sunday. Now, some bandits on Saturday night invaded the Danjunu community in Millennium City of Chikun local government area of Kaduna State and abducted the journalists. They are from Nations and, of course, Blueprints newspaper, as well as their wives and children at about 10:30 p.m. Alabelewe is also the current chairman of the Correspondence Chapel of the Nigerian Union of Journalists Kaduna State Council. According to the statement, the NUJ described the abduction of its members and their families as unfortunate and appealed to security agencies to rescue them from the kidnappers. Then, a former president of the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, Takai Shamang, has been abducted in his hometown Biniki in Kaura local government area of Kaduna State. Shamang was also a former President General of the National Union of Electricity and Gas Workers, now National Union of Electricity Employees, between 1982 and 1989. His daughter, Grace Abin, confirmed the incident. She said her 78-year-old father was abducted at his residence in Biniki at about 8 p.m. on Friday. Army and local hunters has reportedly foiled an attempt by suspected Boko Haram insurgents to blow up electricity poles belonging to the transmission company of Nigeria, TCN. The incident occurred near the community of Kasaisa, located 10 kilometers from the Yobe state capital, Damaturu. Their plans were thwarted based on intelligence information received by security forces. Now, one of the anonymous hunters involved said the suspected vandals were blocked from several routes, and with Allah's help, they were victorious. Another source revealed that the abandoned vehicle contained improvised explosive devices, IEDs, and other components intended to be used to vandalize the electricity poles. The Sector 2 Joint Task Force of Operation Hadinkai in Damaturu has not yet commented on the incident. Away from all of that, President Bola Tinubu has been re-elected as the chairman of the Economic Community of West African State ECOWAS. He was re-elected at the 65th Ordinary Session of the Authority of Heads of State and Government held at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, Nigeria. After accepting his re-election, the president appointed the president of Senegal to join in the mediation effort with Burkina Faso, Niger, and Chad. Meanwhile, Tinubu urged ECOWAS member states to fulfill their financial commitments to the regional body. He emphasized that substantial financial resources are crucial to operationalize the ECOWAS Standby Force ESF and effectively combat terrorism, banditry, and violent extremism in the region.
As we move to operationalize the ECOWAS Standby Force ESF, in combating terrorism, I must emphasize that the success of this plan requires not only strong political will, but also substantial financial resources. We must, therefore, ensure that we meet the expectations and recommendations set forth by our ministers of defense and finance in order to counter the insecurity and stabilize our region. Member states must make extra commitment on providing resources for stabilizing the region. To this end, I urge ECOWAS to leverage on the capability of the Nigerian National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, which is widely acknowledged as one of the best on the continent. The Nigerian government has decided to declare the NCTC as a regional center.
Well, repentant Boko Haram terrorists in Borno State have called on their former colleagues in Sambisa Forest and other territories to lay down their arms and embrace peace. During their reintegration into communities across the state, the 560 former combatants and non-combatants, including top commanders, took an oath before an Islamic cleric not to rejoin or engage with Boko Haram or ISWAP. They expressed excitement at being reunited with their communities after undergoing skill acquisition programs and urged those still bearing arms to follow their example and embrace peace.
An karbe mu hannu biyu kuma an koya mana sana'a tsawon shekara daya. Ni yanzu haka ma na koyi sana'an plumber ne. A nan na koyi wannan sana'an har ma yanzu mu ma muna koyar da wasu. Kuma alhamdulillah kuma muna fatan yan uwanmu da suke jeji su ma duka su zo mu taru mu zauna mu rungume zaman lafiya saboda shine ci gaban al'umma. Babu abin da yafi zaman lafiya tasiri a rayuwarmu. Yanzu su duba rayuwarmu mu da muka.
A non-governmental organization, Education Above All, is calling on the Nigerian government to quell the insurgency ravaging northern Nigeria and establish lasting peace in the region. The group made this appeal during a recent visit to Maiduguri, one of the areas most severely impacted by Boko Haram's activities. Details in this report.
Education Above All is dedicated in assisting the displaced individuals affected by the insurgency, providing support to help them reintegrate into society. As part of efforts, the organization has been actively involved in facilitating the return of children to school. In our recent development, representatives from Education Above All paid a visit to the Borno State Government House, where they were warmly welcomed by the Deputy Governor of the state, Umar Kandafo.
Equally, just want to say your coming to Borno State is timely because of, we are in our recovery process. And I believe now every, government that is sensitive about the education of children, especially the girl child, need to have collaboration with, organizations like yours. We have a lot of partners now who have been actively involved in the recovery process of the state. Borno State, having been the epicenter of the insurgency, have been so devastated because of the destructions that we have witnessed in the past decade, and we are trying as much as possible to see how we can put up all the facilities that have been destroyed by the insurgency in the state. Seen what you have done already in the girl-child sector and also in the school enrollment process. We've been partnering with UNICEF too. They are doing well on that. I believe Borno State government will be obliged to work hand in hand with you. We'll give you all the support you needed as a host government to operate in Borno State, and inshallah we appreciate all the effort that you have been doing to see that the girl-child education is something that we prioritize, especially at the period we are in now.
Amina Saidu, a victim of Boko Haram's brutality, shared the terrifying experiences she had witnessed.
It's very difficult for me when the Boko Haram crisis happened in Goza. They attacked Goza, kidnapped my husband. I don't know, up to now, I don't know where his whereabouts. We flee for our life. We flee to Maiduguri. We came and settled in an IDP camp called Bakassi camp. After some time, we left the camp. I don't know what to eat. My small child has to carry a truck, push water, selling water to feed me and my other children. I met a lady, Sa'a and Abdullahi. They works in within the community. They goes to my house, my place. They says they needed children that have not been enrolled in school, children that are not going to school. So that was how they registered my children. They took them to school, and they also gave me money, about 100,000, 150.
The representative of education, above all, from Kenya, conveyed the group's message highlighting the detrimental impact of insurgency on both the physical infrastructure and the overall peace and stability of a nation.
Some of these children are in the most difficult to reach areas. Apart from the usual barriers that we find children having, like lack of access to a school, poverty, geographical issues. In addition, in Nigeria, we have the conflict in the northern states. So most of the work that we are doing currently with the Street Child is in the 3 states of Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa. And this is where some of the highest number of conflicts have been reported and displacements because of armed groups attacking on children. So the motivation for our partners is to reach these displaced children who have no other alternative. So Education Above All works with partners who are already on the ground and they understand the context. Effort that needs to be undertaken by everybody, from the government, from the civil society, from communities, because the attacks against education are everywhere. And as you say, Qatar, through Education Above All Foundation, working with the UN, has been championing the protection against education attacks. And on the 9th of September, we have this international day that we mark to protect education against attack. So the coalition, the Global Coalition for the Protection of Education Against Attack, has reported in the last 2 years in Nigeria alone.
Education Above All's visit emphasizes the critical importance of peace in northern Nigeria. By joining forces, the government, NGOs, and the international community can establish a more prosperous future for the children and all inhabitants of the area.
President Bola Tinubu has urged public servants to fulfill their duty as a public trust, emphasizing their accountability to the citizens. He stressed that public institutions are not personal enterprises, but rather the employees of the Nigerian people. At the Nigeria Excellence Award in Public Service held at the Presidential Villa in Abuja, the President, represented by his Vice, Kashim Shettima, reiterated his administration's commitment to creating an environment that rewards merit and makes every public servant feel valued and motivated to give their best. Tinubu noted that while institutional measures have been put in place, some individuals are still exploiting loopholes and betraying the nation's trust. He made clear that this award ceremony is about more than just the awards themselves. It is about instilling a culture of recognition and reward within the country's public service.
Our public service must live up to its expectation. It's a public trust where every official must account to the people. And ours is to create an ecosystem where not only stand out, but stand apart from those who sabotage us. Even though we have set in place institutional measures to forestall any form of dysfunction in our public service, there are still cracks, often exploited by those given the trust of the nation. But what we must never get tired of doing is reminding ourselves that our public institutions are not personal enterprises, and for that each of us is an employee of the Nigerian citizen. The 44 persons we are here to honor set in motion a chain of action to build a culture of hard work and commitment to noble principles in our public service. We must also strive to make sure that the values we have set them apart are deeply ingrained in our culture. There is no better way to water this forest of high performance, integrity, and accountability than our collective refusal to underplay the efforts of those who labor day in and day out to hold our nation together. Our promise as ever remains that our administration is committed to creating an environment where merit is rewarded and where every public servant feels valued and motivated to give their best. This is not just about tonight's ceremony. It is about embedding a culture of recognition and reward in our public service efforts.
You're watching the news on Plus TV Africa. We'll take a quick break from our stories to join.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
Welcome back to other parts of Africa. Now, Liberian President Joseph Boakai has announced a voluntary 40% reduction in his salary. In a statement released on the government's website on Saturday, the move was described as aligning with Boakai's commitment to fiscal integrity and national financial security. Now, this announcement comes just days after some lawmakers protested the non-payment of funds for their vehicles by arriving at Parliament in tricycles known locally as keke. Now, Boakai said the salary reduction reflects his determination to lead by example in strengthening government accountability and demonstrating solidarity with the citizens. Earlier this week, he also officially launched the Employee Status Regularization Program aimed at enhancing employment and payroll transparency and accountability within the civil service. Outside Africa, now Hamas says it is awaiting Israel's response to its ceasefire proposal. This comes 5 days after the group accepted a crucial part of a U.S. plan with the aim of ending the 9-month-long conflict in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to discuss the next steps in negotiating the three-phase plan. 120 Israeli hostages held by Hamas. According to another Palestinian official familiar with the ceasefire talks, Israel is currently engaged in discussions with the Qataris. Hamas has made a significant concession by no longer insisting on Israel committing to a permanent ceasefire before signing an agreement. Business news now. The Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, has announced the extension of the deadline for registration of all point-of-sale operators by additional 60 days. According to the Commission, the extension period, which begins from the 7th of July to 5th September, is to allow operators, especially those in remote areas who might have encountered network glitches, to register. The Commission had earlier in May this year given a deadline of 7th July, but in the statement posted on its X handle on Sunday, it noted that the registration will now end in September. A business news wraps it for us on the News Brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. Many thanks for watching. I am Justin Akadonye.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na Scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, of course I expected to learn theory, history and all of that, and how to go about things, but I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went to do mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school.
Even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms, like we didn't learn media terms, like even courts, we don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms, I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or because I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand, and when you check the terms, like there's some, even workshop, they make use of workshops. So sometimes I was like, what's that? And like, people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or, headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
TechCabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. With the current Nigerian curriculum, there is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in the Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments. Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that, for soft skills. It's just mostly, what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what little associations here, like student associations, would now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.